Ọhamadike.
Ka anyị kenebenu Kanu.
Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu. Ọhamadike.
Ọhamadike Biafra.
Nnamdi Kanu.
Odogwu.
Nnamdi Kanu. Ọhamadike.
Ike agwụgo ndị ilo ihe.
Nnamdi Kanu.
Ifugo.
Nnamdi Kanu. Ọhamadike.
Anyị kene n'odogwu.
Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu. Ọhamadike.
Ọhamadike Biafra.
Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu. Ọhamadike.
Odogwu na-egburu abụke.
Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu. Ọhamadike.
Ike agwụgo ndị iloyi.
Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu. Ọhamadike.
Ndị iloyi na-achọzi udo.
Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu. Ọhamadike.
Mana oge ezugo.
Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu. Ọhamadike.
Ụmụ Biafra gana.
Nnamdi Kanu.
Anyị
Nnamdi Kanu. Ọhamadike.
Egwu ọgbala nze o. Egwu megwu ikolobịa. Egwu ndị kalobi. Ikolobịa bi n'obodo a. Mmadụ anọzi ikpe ya. Egwu ndị ikolobịa o. Biafra bala anyị. Obele nwa onye fọrọ ibeku. Chukwu zitere anyị ya. Chukwu okike abịa ma sitelie. Ka ọ bịa tọpụ ụmụ Biafra na-abụ. Ka ọ tọpụ anyị na-abụ Naịjirịa. Chukwu zitere anyị ya. Ma ndị ilofe ajụziri ajụ. Mana anyị nwekwa mmeri. Babụlụ obele nwa na 2015 ụbọchị enyanụ. Anyị wee bebe ife dị n'ime ya. Anyị wee jebe ụlọ ikpe. Chọbazie ndị mkpọrọ anyị na mkpọrọ. Ndị kpọchiri anyị ka anyị na-achọ. Anyị afụrụ ofe ọnụ n'ụwa gị malụ. Afa na-agbazi ọsọ. Ọsọ na-achụzi fa. Mana fa marọ na anyị nwe mmeli. N'ife ọbụla anyị tinyere aka n'ụwa na-agala anyị. Ya ka anyị ji bụrụ ụmụ Chukwu okike abịa ma. Nnamdi Kanu ho. Keduzi ife mesilu mee. Odogwu na-egbula abụga abatago. Obodobo nwa onye afara ife kwu. Agbala nze na akpọ ya n'ikalata. Ife mena ihe ole n'ụwa ka ibili. Ị ga-adị ndụ ole n'ụwa fụ Biafra. His Majesty onye olu mkpana mụ na-ekwu. Akụọ m ọfọ na nini ga-afụ ife ọma. Ebe isi na anyị ga-enwele onwe anyị. Wee bulie n'isi ife ọma ga-abụ nke yi. Ngwanụ kenenu Kanu o.
Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu. Ọhamadike.
Ọhamadike Biafra.
Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu. Ọhamadike.
Agbala nze na-egbupụlụ iyi.
Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu. Ọhamadike.
Eze nkoto nkonyelu mkpuchi.
Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu. Ọhamadike.
Kịtịkpa gbala ni ọghọlụ mbuze.
Nnamdi Kanu.
Nwa Kanu.
Nnamdi Kanu.
Odogwu.
Ọhamadike.
Ife dị na ihe n'ụwa mụ.
Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu.
Ojemofo na-ekene mi
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
Ọhamadike Biafra.
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
Ụmụ Biafra oge zugo Abalanze nọ n'egwu ọkwa egwu ikolobịa onye gbakana ya lụ nke ọ gbalagba n'ụwa na nkịtị Nnamdi Kanu Ọhamadike Biafra ụkwalụ oge n'ụwa daa ife niile nwere okie oge zugo na anyị gana Biafra ụba n'anyị Biafra ụba na nsọ Biafra bụ nke anyị anyị Chukwu gwara anyị na mkpa aka na-ekwuzi ị na-akpọ m onye Naijiria bụ m onye Naija gwakene m minino of Naijiria mana Biafra bụ obodo mụ ị na-achụzi mmọnwụ nke ndị ọbụzi ndụ Biafra bụ obodo anyị ebe amụrụ anyị bụ na Biafra ebe anyị ga-anwụ bụ na Biafra nwata chọba nke ya ọbụla ajọ nwa nwata chọba nke ya ọbụla ajọ nwa mana mmachọ nke mụ n'elu ụwa nọ onye ọcha ma aba m afa n'elu ụwa nne na nna mụrụ m n'ụwa ga-aba m afa afa m bụ onye ka Chukwu Biafra bụ obodo anyị amarọ m ife bụ Naijiria ikuku ya lisi guo kedu ife ọ ga-eme n'iku Nnamdi Kanu Ọhamadike Biafra ifimela anyị ole n'ụwa ka njikube egwu ọlụ ịlụlụ n'ụwa juru m anya isi kpọta Igbo n'ụlọ juru m anya ekene ka njibie ole n'ụwa Nnamdi Kanu ekene ka njibie ole n'ụwa Nnamdi Kanu Ọhamadike Biafra nwonye afọ iwetu ịrapụrụ oche eze nna yi wee welu ndụ iwe tinye ka anyị nwere onwe anyị ife ọma n'ụwa makọ na be yi ife dị mma ọmakọ na be yi Abalanze n'ụmụ nọ n'egwu ngwanụ ka ikene n'odogwu
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
odogwu abụrụ ọka ine mbụ ma ncha
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
kịtịkpa balani ọghọlụ mbuze
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
onye afara ibeku
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
ike agwụgo ndị iloyi
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
ndị iloyi na-achọzi pistọl
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
ndị iloyi na-achọzi dialọg
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
basi na ọ bụ reconstruction
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
mana anyị ada n'ụzi oyibo
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
Biafra bụ obodo anyị
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
Biafra bụ ana anyị
Nnamdi Kanu,
anyị ga-ana
Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
anyị ga-ana n'oge zugo
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
onye nọchi ụzọ ife ọbụla owelu
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
ife mena deputy director
Nnamdi Kanu,
Alfonsus Uchemafọ
Ọhamadike.
n'okwu gị bụ
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
Emeka gift oyimo
Nnamdi Kanu,
jisi ike na-emetụ
Kanu, Ọhamadike.
edozi ada Biafra
Nnamdi Kanu,
ada n'ibiọra mma
Ọhamadike.
Mrs. Uchenna Kanu
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Ọhamadike.
ife mena His Royal Highness
Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike
anyị amelo sọ ndị nyere ya aka
Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike
ife mena His Excellency
Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike
Gọvanọ Fayose
Nnamdi Kanu
of Ekiti
ọhamadike
kedu maka Femi Kayode
Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike
ndị Igbo ka na-alala ụla
Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike
mana imirikiti etetego n'ụla
Nnamdi Kanu
anyị ga-ana
ọhamadike
Honorable Chidoka
Nnamdi Kanu
ike obosi ụkwala
ọhamadike
udogwu na-ekene mi
Nnamdi Kanu
mmadụ ga-eji aga o
ọhamadike
egwu agbala nze tibego
Nnamdi Kanu
egwu ikolobịa o
ọhamadike
ikolobịa nọ n'obodo a
Nnamdi Kanu
ikolobịa nọkwa n'obodo a
ọhamadike
ngwanụ n'oge egwu eluwe
Nnamdi Kanu ọhamadike
ọhamadike Biafra
Nnamdi Kanu
The bricks. Something. Oh na 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 na. Watch it out. Watch me far away, see me far away, Shabada. Tell me what you saw, I will show you what I have, because I have myself. Oh, then think say na defense. Make you watch my back. Now wait till you they see, yeah. Unless you have the sense, you go learn to pretend. Do not run away. Kind of sober than you. That is why I say. That is why I say. That is why I talk. That is why I say. That is why I say. That is why I am. Ohaneze ndị Igbo, how na dey? I don't come to speak my mind with no delay. Let them know say una eyes clear about una way. Watch out, many things they happen in that country you dey. So some people trouble upon people every day. Even when you dey, you go talk say you know dey. I need to understand why this one bad. I need to understand why this truth apart. The promise that we got and nationalize. The promise we will live and no complaints. Watch me far away. Watch me far away. See me far away. See me far away. Tell me what you saw. I will show you what I have. Because I have myself. Oh, then think say na defense. Oh, make you watch my back. Now wait till you they see, yeah. Unless you have the sense, oh, you go learn to pretend. Oh, do not run away. Kind of sober than you. That is why I say. That is why I say. That is why I talk. That is why I say. That is why I say. That is why I am. Samada, cha cha cha, kick Boomba. say, now here we dey. We don't come to stay. I say no retreat, no surrender. We're living big, but no arrange. Look at the soldiers killing innocent Biafrans every day. Look at Islam is killing innocent Christians every day. It depends me, yo. It depends me, yo. It depends me, yo. Chukwuoki kobiama, bataranyo senye maka, bataranyo senye maka. I know ginaka, che. That is why I say, that is why I talk, that is why I know. That is why I say, that is why I talk, that is why I know. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Mohamadike one, Biafra nile, anyisi gaba niru, onya kaya docha, weli feneme, onye naya nejuno yine juku kwa mawaja. You are whiter than snow, oku kibesi oku. We stand where you stand, we say no secret trial. Onyinye chukwu, ezo sika, osiki, Mohamadike, no secret trial. Prophet Yahweh's young, osiki, Mohamadike, osiki jisike, Mazus, ejike, kole, osiki. One day puje bije, sikwa no weli feneme, o weli fenafia, o weli fenako. Esi one name, Victor, Chimezie, Okorochukwu, Igbo Network Television, London, Osiki Jisike. Na hakugi nazu Biafra nile gedine nuwa asiki gabaniru. No secret trial, no secret trial, no secret trial, no secret trial. Hey! Tile. Watch me far away, see me far away. Tell me what you saw, I will show you what I have. Because I have myself, oh, then think say na defense, oh. Make you watch my back. Now wait till you they see, yeah. Unless you have the sense, oh, you go learn to pretend, oh. Do not run away. Find us over Daniel. That is why I say, that is why I say, that is why I talk. That is why I say, that is why I say.
It's M. Josh on the beat.
In Nigeria, still they shake to break. After 54 years in Nigeria, still they shake to separate. Lives don't go, people don't buy, things don't spoil. But you could solve the debt, but you could fight the debt, but you could try to stop and slow. But Nigerian government refuse. Somewhere for Ghana, them been discuss restructuring. There was problem and they agreed to restructure Nigeria. On the 4th and 5th of January 1967, yo. General go one day there. Him accept the Aburi Yako. General Ankara ide there. Colonel Uchuku ide there. And they accept the Aburi Yako. And they must accept restructuring. But when they come back Nigeria, oh, Nigeria government refuse the deal. Them causing problem. Them divide people into theory. Them execute genocide on us and them call them war. Yeah, them kill my people plenty. Them call them war. Them kill our mama. Them kill our papa. Them kill our uncle. Them kill our aunt. Them kill small children, yo. Them kill 5 million people, yo. Them kill the people where demand for restructuring, yo. Them other people who where demand for restructuring. After 54 years, them still they kill, them still they shoot, them still they gun. But today, everybody they run, helter skelter. Everybody they run, headsmen they kill, terrorists to shoot, government to thief. God don't reject Nigeria. Devil don't punish Nigeria. Nigeria government to kill my people for genocide. Our battle situational understatement. Now everybody that you come out for the matter. Ask this matter one carry many people go. Let's talk about Aburiako. Now waiting happen for Aburiako. Now waiting they discuss for Aburiako. Now waiting happen we know call. Let's talk about Aburiako. Now waiting happen for Aburiako. Now waiting they discuss for Aburiako. Nigeria they like this today because nobody talk the truth. Nigeria they like this today because government na lie. Them go use the army shit for church and media go claim the shit. In our curriculum for school, yo, them not teach us our history. Now where we go learn, now how we go learn. When Nnamdi Kanu come save us, Nigeria government teaches them. Nigeria government arrest them. Nigeria government to shoot them. Them use media paint and black. They make Nigerians hate the truth. Now which day where we go wake up? Now which time where we go stand? Nigerians no one here. Nigerians no one truth. Nigerians no one learn. We they dance to the government tune. Them they kill us, them they do us. Them deceive us, them confuse us. Hey, they give our land to strangers, yo. Our eyes come open. They give our land to strangers, yo. Nigerians come wake up. Suddenly, yo. Yeah, what don't happen? Nigerians they talk, say they want restructuring. Nah, man, get up. Suddenly, you know, and they know. Suddenly, you're waiting, no juku, see it don't happen, no. Nigerians they talk, say they want restructuring. Nnamdi Kanu wake Nigerians, everybody come open eye, yo. Nigerians they cry, say they want restructuring. Plenty of my people who want a referendum, them no want restructuring, yo. Nigerians they cry, say they want restructuring. God don't reject Nigeria. Devil don't punish Nigeria. Nigeria government to kill my people for genocide. Our battle situational understatement. Now everybody that you come out for the matter. Ask this matter one carry many people go. Let's talk about Aburiako. Now waiting happen for Aburiako. Now waiting they discuss for Aburiako. Now waiting happen we know call. Let's talk about Aburiako. Now waiting happen for Aburiako. Now waiting they discuss
At Area 1 junction in the metropolis, a commercial taxi driver who was caught with overloaded passengers undressed himself in protest against the impoundment of his vehicle.
I get children, I get wife. No money, I can't find a job. No money, nothing. You tell us keep for us, Papa. What do you want to do? Nothing. Coronavirus. When I fear corona, hunger virus pass coronavirus. Lasso.
It's M. Josh on the beat.
Inna, and inna. You can't claim you're done now. I see they go for the can. Josh. For the matter, nobody wanna talk or put you for the matter. Then they believe you say tomorrow he go better. Because some get food to chop, them feel them be yoga. Oh yes, she be yoga. For the matter, nobody they safe now overnight. You better stand up, matter for the matter. I got done be the man too, madam done be the man too. Problem somewhere. Trouble somewhere. Problem don't happen with us coronavirus. Problem don't happen with kill pass virus. Them say make the poor man no go out. Them say make the poor man sit at home. Them say make the poor man no go out. Some be don't come out for road. Some be don't come out for street. Some be don't do the people. My people suffer. My people hunger. Them no get the food. Them no get the light. Them no get the money. My people come cry. Them no fish stay. Hunger too much. But $30 don't donate 1 billion. Aliko Dangote donate 2 billion. Dr. Paul Enenche don't donate 2 billion. Atiku Abubakar donate 50 million. But hunger won't kill my people. Hey, poor man no see think of. Abdul Samed Rabi you donate 1 billion. How about we go donate 1 billion? Hey. Thank God, no rich poor man. Hey. Hunger won't kill Nigerians. For the matter, nobody wanna talk about it for the matter. They get believe we say tomorrow he go better. Because some get food to chop, them feel them be yoga. Oh yes, she be yoga. Audio government, audio president, audio ministers, audio senators, audio government, audio president, audio governors, audio commissioners. My people suffer for nothing, no. My people die for hunger, oh. My people suffer for nothing, no. My people sit at home. Audio promises. Corona no kill Nigerians. Zombie killing Nigerians. Hunger killing Nigerians. NNPC donate 11 billion. GTB donate 1 billion. Access Bank donate 1 billion. Zenith Bank donate 1 billion. Billion so poor man go see think about. Chimovia donate 1 billion. Segun Abaje donate 1 billion. Two-Face Dibia con donate 10 million. Plenty people don't donate plenty billions. Don't happen. Shine your eye. Some big stupid person for worry. Some big bad people for area. Hunger don't show people big. Hunger don't give people yawa. Die. You to die in every day. Why rich man donate to government? This donation no make sense. Why rich man no donate to poor? Why rich man no go give the poor? Audio government, audio president. Oh yes, she be yoga. For the matter, nobody dey safe now overnight. You better stand up, matter for the matter. Magadan be the man. But $30 don't donate 1 billion. To the government. Aliko Dangote donate 2 billion. Dr. Paul Enenche don't donate 2 billion. To the government. Atiku Abubakar donate 50 million. But hunger won't kill my people. Hey, poor man no see 10 kobo. Abdul Samed Rabi, you donate 1 billion. How about we go donate 1 billion? Hey, 10 kobo no rich poor man. Hey, hunger won't kill Nigerians. For the matter, nobody wanna talk or put it for the matter. They can believe say tomorrow you go better. Because some get food to chop, them feel them be yoga. Oh yes, she be yoga. For the matter, nobody they safe now overnight. You better stand up for the matter. I got done be the man too. Madam done be the man too. Some be don't come out for road. Some be don't come out for street. Some be don't they beat the people. My people suffer, my people hunger. They no get the food, they no get the light, they no get the money. My people come cry, they no fit stay. Hunger too much.
Jewish mix.
Where are my socks, man? Let me feel it.
And the economics we teach everyone is all designed to keep Africa exactly where it is. And whether it is Europe or US or now China, it's always the same. We need Africa to be impoverished because we need those raw materials and we need them dirt cheap. Okay, so that's the message. It doesn't mean to say that there's nothing Africans can do. Of course there is. Okay, but this is the opposition that they're fighting. This is what it's about. Because if Africa does do something different, I assure you living standards of all those in Europe and North America and Asia is going to fall. Okay, and that is a big price to pay. I assure you that the West is not going to allow that without a big fight. Okay, so this is what it's fundamentally about. What I want to show you is how these structures are operating. It's just 20 minutes, so we can't do very much, but just to give you a little bit of an idea. And why I keep the ideology part there is because we are part of the producers of ideology. At universities and academic institutions, we are complicit in this whole enterprise. Okay, so the job of many Western academics is to convince Africans they have to keep doing what they're doing. Okay, and to show them it's your fault that you're poor. It's not our fault. It's your fault that you're poor. You know, so this is what we do in academic institutions, and I want to show that as well.
Chukwu na-afụ n'ife afụ na nzuzo. Chukwu maara onye aka ya dị ọcha na onye obi ya dị ọcha. Nwoke si na ya ji ọfọ, nwaanyị si na ya ji ọfọ, mana ọfọ maara onye ji ya. Ụkpaka na-agba n'udu mmiri ọ chụrụ ọzụọ. Gaa n'ogwe omechi ụzọ osi mpịara na-azụ nwa igiriga ọgụ nke mmụọ. Ọ gịnị ka m ga-etu gị ka o zuolo gị? Asị m n'oge akara aka eluo ịbụ mmụọ ka mmụọ, ibe ka ibe. Chukwu okike onye obiọma sị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Mmụọ niile na-ejere ozi asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ. Oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ, oke mmụọ. Mmụọ niile na-ejere ozi asị m unu binye elu. Tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra, tetenụ n'ụra. Asị m n'ọnwụ unu nwoke bụ nwa eze Chukwu bụ ụzọ mba aka ji ọfọ Igbo. Ọzọ eme nte eme ime, ọ sị m nọọ ya nọ n'etiti unu taa. Ọsọ unu binye elu n'oge akara aka eluo. Mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie asị m gị binye. Mmụọ na-afụ na ife afụ na nzuzo asị m gị binye. Oke ọfọ ji eje ọgụ asị m unu binye. Ọfọ ndị Igbo niile asị m gị binye. Ọfọ ndị mmiri asị m gị binye. Ọfọ ndị ikuku asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị osimiri asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị nwanyị na-ebe asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị idodi igbu na-eme asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị amambara asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị osimiri njaba asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị ala Igbo niile asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị ọgba asị m gị binye. Eze nwaanyị anike wawa asị m gị binye. Oke arụsị na n'ike o juru nwaanyị aga anị asị m gị binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Igirigi ọgụ mmụọ. Asị m na gboo dike mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọkwa nwa dike. Asị m dododo unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na Chijireji efola. Asị m unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na Chijireji efola. Nna nna anyị ochie, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ. Mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Igbo dị ndụ. Mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị ndụ. Mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Biafra dị ndụ. Asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo. Asị m na gboo dike mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọ nwa dike. Ọ sị na mberede nyiri dike na mberede ka o ji ama nwa dike. Ọ ya ka m ji akpọ unu n'isi Ọhamadike. Ọhamadike bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Ya bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Otu mkpụrụ anya ji isi ụgwọ. Otu ọnụ na-ekwuchitere mba niile. Ụkpaka na-agba n'udu mmiri na-agba n'oge nke ya. Asị m unu binye n'isi ya. Nye ogologo ndụ na-arụ isi ike. Napụta ya na eke, napụta ya n'orie, napụta ya n'afọ, napụta ya na nkwọ. Asị m na ahịa akara aka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ, na ahịa akara aka agaghị eri Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Asị m unu ga-anapụta Nnamdi Kanu na eke, napụta ya n'orie, napụta ya n'afọ, napụta ya na nkwọ. Asị m mee ka ọnụ niile kwụrụ njọ n'isi ya tụgharịa kwụ mma. Ka ọnụ kọrọ ogiri, ọnụ kọrọ ogiri lacha. Chukwu okike abịa ama, onye jiri mmiri siri ike kpọọ aja were aja siri ike kpọọ mmadụ. Asị m na taata bụ ụbọchị eke n'ala Igbo. Asị m na eke ga-eketara Nnamdi Kanu ndụ. Eke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe. Oke ga-eketara ya ndụ. Oke ga-eketara ya Biafra. Oke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe. Oke ga-ekegburu ya ndị iro, kegburu ya ajọ mmadụ na ajọ mmụọ. Asị m na mbọsị ọ ga-apụta ekwensu ga-anọ n'ụra, ndị ilo ya ga-anọ n'ụra. Ọkwa na ekwe osu. Asị m gịnị bụ ekwe osu? Asị m na mbọsị ọ ga-apụta ya bụ ndị ilo ga-anọ n'ụra. Ọha bụ ndị ọha nwa bụ ekwensu. Asị m na ha ncha ga-anọ n'ụra. Na Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube. Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube. Asị m na ọnụ kwụrụ njọ n'isi ya ga-atụgharịkwọ mma. Asị m ọbịa igbu Nnamdi Kanu bụ onwe ya. Onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị adị ndụ, onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri. Onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị apụta, onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri. Ọnụ niile kwọrọ ogiri, ọnụ ga-akọrọ ogiri lacha. Osisi abụla oturu ga-emeche wee kwele. Onye si na Nnamdi Kanu aga-apụta, asị m na ọnụ ahụ iji wee kwuo ya na ike ejikwa ya wee kwugharịa mma n'isi ya. Asị m na ebe onye ahụ na-atụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu aka, asị m aka gị ga-akpọnwụ. Osisi ahụ fọrọ Nnamdi Kanu wee tọọ nkwe asị m ikuku futuo gị anya ọbụla fọrọ Nnamdi Kanu kwawa akwa alịla asị m alịrị akọ ya n'anya onye fọrọ Nnamdi Kanu cheta ihe gburu nwa ya ihe gburu nwa ya gbuo ya maka na ọ bụrụ ya gburu nwa gị Chukwu okike abịa ma asị m na belede nyiri dike belede ka o ji amawa dike asị m na okirikiri ka a na-agba ukwu ose ọ dadị ukwu ose enu na okirikiri ka ndị iro ga-agba Nnamdi Kanu mana ha ama mkpata ya aka ọ sị na nkirikiri ka ọ na-ekiri odido jiri odido enyi ozu na ọkwanụ nkirikiri ka ndị iro ga na-ekiri ya mana ha ama afụ ya anya asị m na eje anaba isi ije asị m na Nnamdi Kanu ga-eje na ọ ga-ana asị m na inye anaghị eri ọba maka na inye na ọba bụ nwanne inye agaghị eri Nnamdi Kanu maka na ọ bụ nwa iyi asị m na Nnamdi Kanu ga-adị ka echi anaghị agwụ agwụ maka na ije ejere bụ ije mmiri ọ bụla eje nkụ asị m na ya bụ ije ga-abụ ije mmeri asị m na ọ ga-anata n'udo asị m na ọ ga-abata sirili welele asị m na unu ga-aga kpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu asị m unu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu ga tụnye ugo ga nye ya mmeri ga nye ya mmeri ga nye ya mmeri tụnye ugo n'elu ugo nye ike n'elu ike nye ya ndụ n'elu ndụ ọkwanụ ndụ ka o ji efu na-efufe unu nye Nnamdi Kanu ndụ onwe ike wee kwụrụ jinjin onwe ike wee kwụrụ wee fu n'ofufe a sị na ya kara ka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ ihe mere ha ji jide Nnamdi Kanu bụ ka nwee ike wee megide ndị Igbo ka nwee ike megide ụmụ Biafra ka nwee ike wee kwuchi anyị ọnụ ka ha nwee ike wee kachi anyị ọnụ ka anyị ghara ikwu okwu ọzọ mana ama m na dododo Chukwu okike abịa ma ndị nwa na ndị nwe mmiri ndị nwe ikuku ndị nwe anyanwụ mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ mmụọ niile ọ kwafọrọ ọbara ha n'ike maka ihi Biafra asị m unu binyenu asị m unu dododo na ọkwa na unu bụ ihe nwe ike a ọkwa na unu ga-eji ọgụ mmụọ ọkwa na unu ga-aga bụ anaghị elu ule asị m dododo igiriga ọgụ mmụọ eze nwaanyị niile nọ n'ala Igbo mmụọ niile nọ n'ala Igbo asị m unu binye maka na onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị aṅụ mmiri onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị eri nnu bụ ihe ụtọ si na mmiri wee pụta onye ọbụla na-eri ihe na-eri ihe dị na mmiri onye na-asa arụ ji mmiri asa arụ onye ọbụla na-eme ihe ọbụla ọ na-eme ji mmiri eme ya asị m ihe ọbụla mmadụ na-eme n'ụwa mmiri ọ na-ebube ụzọ asị m onye ọbụla kpọrọ mmiri asị na mmiri a ga-agbagbu ya asị m onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla mmiri na-awụsa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla mmiri na-emesa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye na-aṅụ mmiri na-eri nnu asị m na ọnụ anyị ji wee rie nnu wee ṅụọ mmiri na ị ga-eji akwa okwu ọma n'isi Nnamdi Kanu n'aha Chukwu okike abịa ama
ise. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra Hausa-Service coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra land. We are here live and direct, continuing the legacy being laid, instituted by our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Many people don't understand the importance or the legacy that is started by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. When you study history, you know that what you are doing is very huge. I am telling you with every assurance and honesty, what we are doing, what we engage, is a very huge project, extremely huge. Many people in many places, many countries have done this. The starting of enlightenment. We are in our own era of reason, awakening, enlightenment, being instituted by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It is not something lethal. No. Go and study. Every developed country today, at one time or the other, they engaged in enlightenment, awakening the people. Do you understand? Every developed country today passed through at one time or the other an era of enlightenment and awakening. When one or a few number of their citizens will start asking pertinent questions that make the overall populace to start reasoning without sentiments, creating awareness on issues that matter, urging people to remove bias and asking pertinent questions that make the overall overall populace to start reasoning without sentiments, creating awareness on issues that matter, urging people to remove bias and asking pertinent questions that make the overall populace to start reasoning without sentiments, creating awareness on issues that matter, urging people to remove bias and asking pertinent questions that make the overall populace to start reasoning without sentiments, creating awareness on issues that matter, urging people to remove bias and asking pertinent questions that make the overall populace to start reasoning without sentiments, creating awareness on issues that matter, urging people to remove bias and asking pertinent questions that make the overall populace to start reasoning without sentiments, creating awareness on issues that matter, urging people to remove bias and asking pertinent questions.
Nnamdi Kanu, ya bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, otu mkpụrụ anya ji isi ụgwọ, otu ọnụ na-ekwuchitere mba niile, ụkpaka na-agba n'udu mmiri na-agba n'oge nke ya. Asị m unu binye n'isi ya, nye ogologo ndụ na-arụ isi ike, napụta ya na eke, napụta ya n'orie, napụta ya n'afọ, napụta ya na nkwọ. Asị m na ahịa akara aka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ, na ahịa akara aka agaghị eri Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Asị m unu gaa napụta Nnamdi Kanu na eke, napụta ya n'orie, napụta ya n'afọ, napụta ya na nkwọ. Asị m mee ka ọnụ niile kwụrụ njọ n'isi atụgharịa kwụ mma, ka ọnụ kọrọ ogiri ọnụ kọrọ ogiri lacha. Chukwu okike abịa ama, onye jiri mmiri siri ike kpọọ aja were aja siri ike kpọọ mmadụ. Asị m na taata bụ ụbọchị eke n'ala Igbo. Asị m na eke ga-eketara Nnamdi Kanu ndụ, eke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe, oke ga-eketara ya ndụ, oke ga-eketara ya Biafra, oke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe, oke ga-ekegburu ya ndị iro, kegburu ya ajọ mmadụ na ajọ mmụọ. Asị m na mbọsị ọ ga-apụta ekwensu ga-anọ n'ụra, ndị ilo ya ga-anọ n'ụla, ọ kwara ekwe osu. Asị m gịnị bụ ekwensu? Asị m na mbọsị ọ ga-apụta, ya bụ ndị ilo ga-anọ n'ụra, ọha bụ ndị ọha nwa bụ ekwensu. Asị m na ha ncha ga-anọ n'ụra, na Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube. Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube. Asị m na ọnụ kwụrụ njọ n'isi ya ga-atụgharịkwọ mma. Asị m ọbịara igbu Nnamdi Kanu bụ onwe ya. Onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị adị ndụ, onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri. Onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị apụta, onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri. Ọnụ niile kọrọ ogiri ọnụ ga-akọrọ ogiri lacha. Osisi abụla oturu ga-emeche wee kwele. Onye asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta, asị m na ọnụ anyị iji wee kwuo ya, na ike ejikwa ya wee kwugharịa mma n'isi ya. Asị m na ebe onye ahụ na-atụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu aka, asị m aka gị ga-akpọnwụ. Osisi ahụ fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu wee tọọ nkwe, asị m ikuku futuo gị. Anya ọbụla fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu kwawa akwa alịla, asị m alịla akọrọ ya n'anya. Onye fụrụ Nnamdi Kanu cheta ihe gburu nwa ya, ihe gburu nwa ya gbuo ya, maka na ọ bụrụ ya gburu nwa gị. Chukwu okike abịa ama, asị m na belede nyiri dike, belede ka o ji amawa dike. Asị m na okirikiri ka a na-agba ukwu ose, ọ dadị ukwu ose enu. Na okirikiri ka ndị iro ga-agba Nnamdi Kanu, mana ha ama mkpata ya aka. Ọ sị na nkirikiri ka ọ na-ekiri odido, jiri odido enyi ozu. Na ọkwado nkirikiri ka ndị iro ga na-ekiri ya, mana ha ama afụ ya anya. Asị m na-eje anaba isi ije. Asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-eje na ọ ga-ana. Asị m na inye anaghị eri ọba, maka na inye na ọba bụ nwanne. Inye agaghị eri Nnamdi Kanu, maka na ọ bụ nwi. Asị na Nnamdi Kanu ga-adị ka echi, echi anaghị agwụ agwụ, maka na ije ejere bụ ije mmiri, ọ bụrụ ije nkụ. Asị na ya bụ ije ga-abụ ije mmiri. Asị m na ọ ga-anata n'udo. Asị m na ọ ga-abata sirili welele. Asị m na unu ga-aga kpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu. Asị m unu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu, ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu, ga-tụnye ugo, ga-nye ya mmeri, ga-nye ya mmeri, ga-nye ya mmeri, tụnye ugo n'elu ugo, nye ike n'elu ike, nye ya ndụ n'elu ndụ. Ọkwanụ ndụ ka o ji efu na efufe. Unu nye Nnamdi Kanu ndụ, onwe ike wee kwụrụ jinjin, onwe ike wee kwụrụ wee fu na ofufe. Asị na ya akara ka na here nwa ngwụrọ ihe mere ha ji jide Nnamdi Kanu bụ ka nwe ike wee megide ndị Igbo, ka nwe ike megide ụmụ Biafra, ka nwe ike wee kwuchi anyị ọnụ, ka ha nwere ike wee kachi anyị ọnụ, ka anyị ghara ikwu okwu ọzọ. Mana ama m na dododo Chukwu okike abịa ma ndị nwa na ndị nwe mmiri, ndị nwe ikuku, ndị nwe anyanwụ, mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ, mmụọ niile ọ kwafọrọ ọbara ha n'ike maka ihi Biafra. Asị m unu binyenu, asị m unu dododo na ọkwa na unu bụ ihe nwe ike a, ọkwa na unu ga-eji ọgụ mmụọ a, ọkwa na unu ga-aga bụ
Because once you are in the spirit, I'm telling you, for you to come back, it is very, very, very hard. Therefore, we must continue. What I am saying today is that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu initiated something very huge. People don't understand. Many people don't understand what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has started. It is not only the restoration of Biafra per se, let me tell you. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started the era of black African awakening, because at one point or the other, every developed country today passed through at one time or the other an era of enlightenment. Do you understand me? Every developed country, I am telling you, they passed through at one time or the other an era of enlightenment and awakening. When one or a few number of their citizens start asking pertinent questions that make the overall populace to start reasoning without sentiments, creating awareness on issues that matter, urging people to remove bias and allow superior argument to reign. Do you understand what I'm saying? Let me give you just two examples of these countries. In 1872, in the wake of Japan's diplomatic Iwakura embassy, 5 Japanese Buddhist monks undertook a mission with the purpose of observing the religious situation in Europe. The insight these Japanese diplomats and intellectuals gained abroad in the 1870s were taken back to Japan and became the object of domestic debate. The Japanese engagement with Western thought and the investigation of how it could serve Japan is usually referred to as the Japanese Enlightenment, also known as Bunmei Kaika movement. That is in Japanese, Bunmei Kaika movement. If you are near a Japanese that understand, ask him. He will tell you. The Buddhist reformers aimed at rebuilding Buddhism in accordance with the government's agenda by aligning with secularist ideas of the proper sort of religion for a modern Japan. Buddhist intellectuals during their era of enlightenment played a very huge role in the creation of a modern civilized Japan. Do you understand what it means? What Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started today, what is ricocheting all over the world, is he started the era of African awakening. When we ask questions without minding, without fear or favor, when we as humans, we are, prodded to reason with our brains that God have given unto us. People don't understand when he says reason, era of reason. When we should subject everything to the altar of reason. That is how huge what we are doing it is. That is how huge it is. But some ignorant people don't understand this. They thought that, look, the man is from Afara Ibeku, Omahia. So I know his house now. I'm sorry for you if you are not part of this. Because we have stayed so long, black Africans, we have stayed so long for centuries in this status quo. Today they are teaching us, the Europeans are teaching us how to govern ourselves. Oh, no, use this, it is a PVC, it is a democracy, it is this. I will send the election monitoring team so that to teach you. This is the bunkum. We should reason, for goodness sake. They want us to stay as animals forever, because according to one of the intellectuals I played his clip, He said that if Africans should rise up and do something differently to liberate themselves, that Europeans, their standard of living will go down. And that they are not going to, just look us or stop it or leave it like that without a fight. Ask yourself, what is the fight they are putting on? Sending us an electoral monitoring team that, do election. Look at elections in Nigeria. Just look at how things are fashioned. Look at. The Japanese did this. They sent Buddhist monks, people that care, because awakening must start with either one person or a group of people, just a little group of people, to start asking questions and say, no, this world we are, we should reason. They will start asking questions irrespective of how religious it is or how religious condemning it is. They don't care. That place, they tell you that it is banned. You don't need to ask that type of question. Oh, you don't question God. No. The developed countries, they questioned God. I don't know how to, sometimes I don't know how to bring out what I want to say. I'm telling you. They questioned God. That place, they tell you that, when you ask question, this and that, you question, no, leave it like that. Now they leave layers, and they allow us to, live layers and layers of ignorance. Some things you ask, they say, no, don't go there. You don't know. So God is you don't know God. So you don't know, don't question God. So don't question, just believe. The era of belief in Africa should be over. We need to subject everything to the altar of reason. Anything that doesn't make sense, we remove it. That's it. Don't allow people to deceive you, continue deceiving you by telling you that the things of spirit, spiritual things are not understood by carnal mind. The stupidity is thinking. With our brain, we can do exploits. Japan was brainy, but still, until 19th century, they still want to be equal, no matter that they defeated the Europeans that brought modern weaponry in the early time and religion, Christianity. But they were not satisfied. These Buddhist monks, we are not satisfied with the organization of their country, of their nation. They want to be among the nations that are developed, civilized nations of this world. That is why they have to travel. They went to Europe and said, look, let us understand, without being biased, without being religiously sentimental, let us understand the secret of these people, the real secret, the true secrets of these people. Though we can manufacture, do things and replicate bombs and fight them, but their organization is number one. Let us emulate from them. Now they went there and they understood many things. And they came back, they modify what they learned with their own culture. Do you understand me? Because you learn from cultures. You learn from traditions. That is it. Now, another place, and another example I want to give to you is Israel you are talking of today. The Republic of Israel. You are seeing today. Let me tell you, at one time also, there is what you call the Haskalah. Go and Google it, please. The Haskalah. H-A-S-K-A-L-A-H. Haskalah. It is termed, that Haskalah, that word Haskalah is a Jewish word. Literally it means wisdom, erudition, or education. It is often termed Jewish enlightenment. Do you understand? It was an intellectual movement among the Jews of Central and Eastern Europe, with certain influence on those in Western Europe and the Muslim world. It arose as a defined ideological worldview during the 1770s, and its last stage ended around 1881, with the rise of Jewish nationalism leading to Zionism, which played a key role in the restoration of the present state of Israel in 1948. Do you understand? One of the products of Haskalah is Eliezer ben Yehuda. We are just ignorant, honestly. That is why we are perishing. That is why we have arable lands, but we cannot feed ourselves. We always depend on handouts from Europe. We depend on handouts from America, from Japan. People that had their own era of awakening, their own enlightenment, and embraced it and cherished it. What you call Illuminati, illuminated brains. Do you understand? Just like the founder of Buddhism. The founder of Buddhism. He is called the Enlightened One. That is the truth. Something Siddhartha, I've forgotten his name. The Enlightened One. The founder of Buddhism. This man, let me tell you, before I go to the Haskalah, I don't know why I'm digressing, but I should. No, all knowledge are excellent. The founder of Buddhism, you know what? He was born with a silver spoon. He is a prince, sorry. His name is Siddhartha Gautama, the awakened one. He was a royal prince whose father had protected him from any kind of suffering. From the time of his birth until the age of 29, he was given everything that one could possibly want. Looks and riches, a beautiful wife, a healthy son. Then at 29, he encountered the sickness, old age, and death for the first time. Overcome by what he saw, Gautama recognized that all beings were subject to all these things, no matter how much they had of worldly goods and splendor. He could no longer ignore the realities of life, suffering, and death. Then he met a monk who had renounced everything but appeared happy nonetheless. So following his example, he left his home forever, his palace, you understand, and took up the begging bowl of a Buddhist monk in search of the reality, in search of the awakening reason, because he wants to make sense out of the world we are in. That is how he was referred to us as a Buddha. He became Lord Buddha, the awakened one. That is what it means, Buddha, the awakened one. Do you understand? The highest thing you can achieve as a human being is awakening. It is not riches. It is not money. There is something we black people, mostly Nigerians, they everything about the ideology is money. Once you have money, you come to Facebook, social media, and start showing off, showing dollars that you cannot print, euros that you cannot print. You don't even know the composition, just papers. You used to go and buy something without wisdom, without reason, without knowledge. That is the height of stupidity. You understand? And that is why Africa, black race, we are at the bottom layer of the world ladder. Whether you believe it or not, like it or not, anywhere in the world, the black people, the black race are at the lowest end. You can see 1, 2, 3 people, one individual being attached, using the collectivity of other races in order to shine. We have many of them, but It doesn't matter. Because without all those entities that make you who you are to shine as a black man, you are nothing. You are nothing. You see, Philip Emeagwali, our brother that is still alive, that discovered the computer website, you know, without being in a place like the United States, he couldn't have been able to do it. Had it been he's in Nigeria, which electricity are you going to use in researching? You will research and do everything before you know that your work of 1 week, 1 month, only 1 second of power failure will clear everything. And when you come out with your laptop, you know, the police, they will shoot you and kill you and say you are Yahoo boy. Because in Nigeria, youths are not supposed to carry laptop. In 21st century, for you to understand that we are behind in the world stage. That is why we are doing what we are doing. Let me continue a bit on the Haskala, please. Because I will go on. The Haskala, which means wisdom or education in Hebrew, was an intellectual movement among the Jews of Central and Eastern Europe. Yes. As I said, one of this Haskala produces people like Eliezer ben Yehuda. Do you know who this Eliezer ben Yehuda is? He is the father of modern Hebrew language. Let me tell you, I know our leader have said this several times during his broadcast. Hebrew language was just like Latin. Do you understand? A dead language used in liturgical issues. When we talk about liturgy, it means prayers. You know, it was reduced to liturgy, to using in, you know, what they use in prayers. Because it is a language that was used in writing Torah. You understand? Aramaic also involved because all of them joined together. The Jewish of Europe, mostly, they speak a Yiddish, which is not Jew. Though they put some one word of old Jewish, but Jewish Hebrew language was gone, gone. Until the Enlightenment people, anytime I'm on this platform, I continue underlining the importance of enlightenment. It is more important than everything. Because that is why other countries are developed. Why unenlightened the people, very primitive people that all believe in looting, that believe in only money, they are going down like Nigeria. Don't you ask yourself that question? In Nigeria, you go to mosque, you say, look, money. Allah will provide money. Don't worry. You go to Christian churches, oh, the worst. Day in, day out. Use money. Your miracle is on the way. Hey, money will come. Hey, will come. Oh, a miracle. People don't sit down to ask some pertinent questions. Why can't we use our brain? That is what enlightenment is all about. Using our brains in order to treat issues. Subjecting every matter not to sentiments. Because in Nigeria, our people are highly sentimental. Subjecting it to the altar of reason. Not being biased. Reason. Even if it is against your religious belief. As long as it is reasonable, it is accepted. Do you understand? Now, Eliezer ben Yehuda. He was born he's a Russian Jew. His name before was even Lushki. That was his name. Before he changed, he is one of the products of the Jewish Haskalah, enlightenment. And now we started saying that, look, we are Jews, we are Hebrews, but we don't speak our language. And no place in the world was our language spoken. Only used in prayers. You understand? How can we do it? He didn't start praying for God to come and do it for him. No. He engaged himself. History said that this man, he didn't allow his children to go out to even hear the sound of his children, his family members, his wife and children, to even hear the sound of the squeak of birds. He started teaching them Hebrew, cut and join, researching, removing all those words one by one from the Hebrew, from the Torah. Now started teaching it himself and his family. His children he didn't allow the children to even go outside. Talk less of going to outside school. He trained them indoors so that no language will, complicate or compromise the Hebrew he's teaching them. Do you understand? That is how desperate the man is. But I know when the man is doing like that, I know some people might be laughing him. This man, this absurd man, you want to change the whole world. As people laugh at Ipob, laugh at Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Nah, you are engaging in something impossible, mission impossible. Nah, Igbo politicians. All that matters to them, they quantify everything with money. What you can get now, eat now, and finish. They don't think about how to make our society, how to build our system in order to be their standard, to be able to compete with the world. You understand? So the Israelis also, they passed through their own time of enlightenment. And do you know where the enlightenment ended? The rise of Zionism. Now people started questioning for the restoration of their land, because they know that where they were in Europe, they cannot influence the whole thing. That they have a culture, that they come from somewhere. Do you know that in, I think, 1903, they tried, the then Jews, they tried in order to build a land. In that time, they call it Uganda, but it's the East African, British East Africa, Uganda, but it's Kenya. In order to run away from anti-Semitism in Europe, they want to give them about 5,000 square miles. Or is it 50,000 square miles in part of Kenya? But that time it was British, British East Africa. But they refused. Many of them objected to the idea. No matter the suffering, they say the only way is the hard way. Britain try. Britain will give you a temporary solace, so that in the future you will suffer and regret your life. The same way Britain is trying to bring a temporary respite to people in Nigeria in the name of Obi. Do you understand? No, with sentiment. They tried it with the Hebrews, the Jews, the present-day Israelis. No, we are going to give you, you are suffering in Europe. Don't worry. We are going to give you a land. There is no person there. No person will disturb you. We are in charge. You understand? They wanted to cage the Hebrews, the Israelis, in East Africa, so that they will finish them. They will now close their land in that mandate of Palestine. They will close their land and bring them there, and by now they would have been in highest Okwagmaya. I'm telling you, in Kenya. Because but had it been they tried it, first of all, their land in their original land of Israel in Palestine will be taken over completely. Completely taken over. Now, where they are, or where they would have been in the present day Kenya, no problem. You understand? A problem. Because the owners of the land will start demanding for their land. And Britain now will be caging them as their protector. do you see the politics of Britain? But they enlighten the people. They see the future. They saw the future. They don't go with a sentiment. They say, no. Thank you for offering us you British East Africa. But we have a land. It's our natural land. No matter how odd it is, the only way is the hard way. You know, when people tell us, Biafra restoration, when the enter into Nigeria politics, you know, from there, you know, how many people? APGA was formed with Biafra sentiment. APGA. The party APGA. But where is it today? Where is it today? Government of, how do you call it? Is it government of national unity or be de facto government of Biafra? That was the object of DJ Reza. Where is it today? He named their president Asari Dokubo. Where is it today? He is fighting with Tompolo on 4.5 billion naira contract. Pipeline guiding contract. Do you see that the only way is the hard way? That is why we are consistent. Because when you study history, you will get fortified that what we are doing, other people have passed through it. Do you understand? If we continue being consistent, not changing. After all, David Ben-Gurion, when he was asked, why do you choose the name to revive Israel? There is no proof that we are Israel, that anything Israel. He brought out the Torah only in the parliament. Because many people were telling him, many of his people, Nah, leave this thing, you are complicating the whole issue. Why are you bringing this name? Why not we answer this Palestine, even if it is southern Palestine we are, or, you know, and when the case mayor, so that, you know, when we get our leg, we can change our name. He told them, foul. The only way is the hard way. We are Israelis, our ancestors, we are Hebrews. We are Hebrews. We will answer Hebrews. There is nothing like that changing. There is a way to do it. Oh, Lower Niger Congress, you know, when we get it, now we change and answer Biafra. Because, you know, when you talk about Biafra, do you know how many people you are offending? You're offending people in the high places. You're offending them, so they will not support you. It will be difficult for you. The Nnamdi Kanu tell them, the only way is the hard way. People don't understand what that man represents. People don't understand. My only happiness is that history will remind us in a good way that we did the right thing. Therefore, we must continue. Today, I'm going to continue on the topic, the price we pay for one Nigeria. You know, the other time, I think it was on the 24th. No, sorry. On the 23rd, Friday. Is it? Or Thursday? I treated this. And I didn't finish it. Now I will continue it. The second part. The price we pay for one Nigeria. But let me just go on to some news headlines quickly. Let me glance through quickly some news headlines, please. There is this news. U.S. court sentences Dakpo Abiodun's head, Abidemi Rufai, to 5 years imprisonment. Abidemi Rufai, he was a suspended head to Ogun State Governor Dakpo Abiodun. He was sentenced to 5 years in prison by a U.S. District Court in Western Tacoma, Washington, for fraud. Do you understand? These are people that are at the helms of affairs in our country. It is them. If they go out, they go to jail. Because let me tell you, I say majority of Nigerian politicians, if not all of them, should be subjects of prison. But in Nigeria, they are the honorables. Shame on Nigerians, I'm telling you. Shame on dead bodies we call Nigerians. The U.S. Department of Justice announced that Mr. Rufai was sentenced on Monday for wire fraud and aggravated identity theft. The statement cited trial judge Benjamin Settle as saying the motivation was greed, unbridled greed, and callousness towards those who have suffered. Rufai was arrested in New York in May 2021 as he was about to board a flight. He has been in detention since then. Let me tell you some of the things he did. He unlawfully obtained the personal identifying information for more than 20,000 Americans to submit more than $2 million in claims for federally funded benefits under a variety of relief programs. The various agencies involved paid more than $600,000. This is a person in governor's office in Nigeria. That when he goes out with a military, entourage and police entourage. Everybody is bowing down to him and calling him Oga, calling him boss. But he's a criminal. Imagine what he did in USA. Tell me, he is in charge in, is it Oyo State? Tell me what he has done in Nigeria. You know what he did in Nigeria didn't concern the US. You understand? Because he taught their citizens, that is why. In his criminal way. These are the people in charge. Hope Uzodinma is a typical example. These are hardened criminals. In the zoo called Nigeria, criminals are at the helms of affairs. Ruining the lives of everybody. Do you see what is going on in Iran today? Do you see? People are rising up for one person killed. Iranians. Even in the face of a killer police squad called the Hizbah. It's a morality Iranian police. Now, but people are rising up, protesting for how many days now? Going to 2 weeks in Iran. Facing the killing of police and military. The onslaught of the government. They don't care. Tomorrow, when they sanitize their country, when they pay the ultimate sacrifices, you will go there to claim rights. Oh, no. Are you, this is job, I need to get it. Is it because I'm a black person? You know, black people, Nigerians are very good in claiming rights in other people's countries that are sanitized and developed. They claim rights, you know. But they do this in their land, no way. Dead bodies, I call them. Dead body. Nigerians are dead bodies. You understand? Look at NSAS protests. It turned into, they destroyed it with tribalism. They destroyed it. Tell me how Nigeria can be better. One of the people running Nigeria is in jail. Ekweremadu, who is honorable in Nigeria, he's in jail. He's still in jail. How I wish he will die there. Do you understand? A Kweremado who is a high honorable. Somebody that IPOB, targeted to throw to ask questions in Germany. And that was where the rise of infiltrators you are seeing today. That is where he was contracted in order to avenge for Kweremado, to destroy IPOB from within. That is where the thing started, the contract started. They asked, who shall I send? Kweremado asked, said, no, this thing I will not, this disgrace, I will not take it light. I will not forget it. Igbo people, they are always tigers when it is against their own people. But when they meet a foreigner, they turn to heavy, obedient chickens. That is how they are wired. But we are changing the status quo. Do you understand? Now, let me also I think, okay, these are many people that informed me that the broadcast was repeating, but I hope that everything has been okay. I think everything has been okay. So we must continue. Let me rush, as I said, on other news headlines. Okay. Travelers panic as kidnappers take charge of Ogun Federal Highways. Kidnappers take charge of Ogun Federal Highways. These are bandits, the Fulani terrorists. They have marked their presence in Ondo, Ogun in southwest. Are they sending to Kanu jets there? The answer is no. Are they going there to burn houses, to kill everybody? The answer is no. But ask yourself, why is it that when it comes to our own land, it becomes something different? Senator Baribe once said something when he was interviewed by Rudolph Okonkwo. He said, why is it that when anything Igbo people talk, it become another thing? He said, because we thought, many people ignorantly thought that the Biafra Revolutionary War has ended. No. It is still going on in the mindset of the caliphate. Do you understand me? It is the ignorant Igbos, Biafrans, that thought, 1970 the war ended. No. The worst part of the war is still going on. That is for complete conquests. If not for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's rising up, I'm telling you, by now we would have been finished. I'm telling you. Anything we do, because for the caliphate, anything they are doing for us, or it's just like they are throwing away that thing. Second Niger Bridge, they say they are building since 40, 50 years. They put what do you call it? Toll gates, so that we are the people plying it will pay. First in history. Other places, no. Federal roads, no. Go to Benue Bridge, Lokoja, everywhere. Everything is okay. But when it comes to our land, they feel that they are throwing anything they are doing for us. Is throwing away. They are throwing it. How can Onyamere benefit? But how will people know? This guy called us the stubborn Igbos. I put ignorant Igbos. How would they know? Let me continue. There is this news about, let me see. Okay, this guy. My job was to lead gang members to victims' houses. I got 1.5 million naira, $10,000 Ike Chukwewa. You know why I break this guy that was arrested in Abuja, that was a very big kidnapper. but coming on social media to show what's of dollar. Do you see how ignorant they are? How ignorant they are. You know, and his photos of where he is singing in churches, the pastors are eating and dining with pastors under the GOs. People are worshiping him. Do you see how Nigeria is a den of evil people, criminals? There is something that made me to bring this. Do you know, this man is a German, but now they brought out his real name, his original name. Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ewa. He is from Cross River. You understand? Oh God Almighty. I know people, you know, when something like this happens, now they will bring out the real, say, attach it to Igbo. We don't, you know, we don't disagree. You know, it doesn't matter. His name is Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ewa, known as John Lion. Leon. Had it been, it is not about kidnapping. No person will know his name, his real name. We say, oh, no, if a German, they call the Igbo man. No, not Igbo man. That's why I brought this in, because to showcase to people about the hypocrisy in the Nigeria setting, the utmost hypocrisy, and who is, you know, sustaining all, aiding and abetting this hypocrisy. The same people. They divide you, separate you, and you accept. I'm not Igbo, but now you are Emmanuel Ikechukwu, right? Ewa. You are Emmanuel Ikechukwu. Because you have committed crime. If not, oh no, I'm not. This man is Leon, John Leon. All of them, David Mark. Look at the names they answer. When they tell you their real names, you will shock. But we must continue. We must continue. What the caliphate did to us, what the British did to us through the caliphate, is mind-boggling. I'm telling you. That is why I said Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started something very huge. I say very, very huge. People don't know. Awakening us. Do you know what it means? That is the right path. We are on the right path. Let me continue, please, because time is going. Time is not on my side, but we must continue. Release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, VSS can't manage his health. IPOB leaders lawyer insists. Barrister Ejiofor, he said it. And Nigeria must listen to the voice of reason. They must. We are not begging them. They must release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You understand? Because time is ticking anyway. We must continue. Last but not the least, how Nigeria troops kill unarmed residents in Southeast, label them IPOB members, which is correct. This is now official. They slaughter us. And who is helping and bringing and abetting them? The Igbo politicians, Hope Uzodinma, Ojo Zokalo, all of them. Soludo. These are the people that are bringing the Nigeria military, the Nigeria police, Ebubago, all their terrorists, in order to kill, slaughter innocent Biafrans and label them IPOB. Whereas in the Nigeria courts, no IPOB member arraigned in the Nigeria court has ever been convicted. No, I said no single one. Nobody. Ningen. Nobody. No person. That is why they kill us secretly. They abduct and kill. Very pathetic indeed. But will it debar us? What they are doing, you know, Wole Soyinka told them, you can never fight, you can never defeat ideology. Pastor Ginla tell them also, You cannot defeat ideology with guns and bullets. It is impossible. The more you kill us, the more you are bringing more of us into our cause. And let me say this before I start, please. There is these politicians, Igbo politicians mostly. You know what they engage now? Because this is a very grand agenda, grand plan they are doing. Now, they go and buy or sponsor, what do you call it? Buses. Children's school buses. Put their names. Say it's PDP or APC or this and that. Do you know what they are doing? What they are doing is evil. Do you know why? What they are doing now is, after they will turn around and use their criminals to attack all these buses. And when they attack all these buses, kill children, they will say, no, it's IPOB, it's ESN. Ask yourself, why is it now that they are campaigning, buying school buses for children? Ask yourself that question. Therefore, please, Biafran families, parents, father and mother, sisters and brother, do not allow your kids, your children, to enter into these buses. Like in Abia State, ABCK here, Chuku, something like that, right honorable. Now they know. Why didn't they buy all these buses before? Now election is coming. The time of fraud. You know, all of them, Nigerian politicians are, if it is in America, all of them will be in jail. Some will be sentenced to death because many of them have been killing. You understand? But in Nigeria, they are angels. They are the people in charge of everybody's destiny. One is serving 5 years in imprisonment in America. You understand? You are honorable. Please, to any boss that has any party insignia, do not allow your children, any of your child, to enter into that bus. Because these people, they plan evil. They will use their criminals to attack and kill. What they want to do is to target to IPOB, to EASN. By that time, somebody that have died, your children that have died, they have died. Every other thing is politics. They are playing. Do you understand? Do not allow your child to enter into any of all these buses, even if it's free of charge. Please. Therefore, I will go into the subject of my submission, which is the price we pay for one Nigeria, part 2. The amalgamation of Nigeria comes with a heavy price. Destruction of indigenous culture and civilization, to the sole benefit and interest of the European colonialists. The Fulani are non-indigenous people. They are not indigenous. They are not indigenous to the Nigeria setting. Do you understand? They are used by the British to continue their shadow colonization in Nigeria. That is neocolonialism. The Fulani are being used. We Biafrans are the sacrificial lambs for the continuous existence of Nigeria. Normally, Nigeria as a country only exists in the paper. Realistically, there are no Nigerians. Do you understand me? You know, I've asked this question: who are Nigerians? Who is a Nigerian? Do you know that this is a question? Only that simple question that led to Indians restructuring themselves, opening their eyes. They asked that question before independence. They say, look, this thing that Britain is shouting, Magandhi is shouting, oh, independence, yes, it's good. But let us face this question first before we go to this flag independence. Who is an Indian? Let us define an Indian, please. This is a question that the caliphates have been shying away from answering or from facing. Who is a Nigerian? And you find out if you make this question a national discourse, you find out that nobody is a Nigerian. It's just an illusion that they are using. How can you have a country that has a caliphate in it? You have the Sokoto Caliphate. How can you have a country, but the Sokoto Caliphate is there, that is commanding, that is more influential? What type of people are these? Oh, you Nigerian dead bodies, what type of people are you? Is it not the high time you rise up? Is it not a high time you rise up to define who is a Nigerian? That question led to the disintegration. I will not call it disintegration, restructuring. India restructured themselves to who they were before the advent of Europeans. That question, to answer it, many things we started coming up. They say, no. Which means we are not a nation. We are not a country. So it's better we restructure ourselves to who we were before these people came to cobble us together. Let us tell ourselves the truth and face the reality. And they had independence as two countries, India and Pakistan. Today, are they not doing good? Even they restructured later into several countries. Myanmar, Burma, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, all of them. But before that, Britain coupled them together as one giant zoo. Nigerians don't want to face this question. Who is a Nigerian? Oh, let us make Nigeria great. Oh, we have to be Nigeria. But the question is, who is a Nigerian? No person wants to answer. Remember, I'm talking about the price we pay for one Nigeria. I will play this clip, which you have been hearing, but I will play it. Listen and listen attentively, please. This clip, it is the former former president of Nigeria. Good luck, Ebele Jonathan. Listen.
And I looked at the topic, Igbo quest for Nigeria's unity. These are things that agitate my mind. And I looked at the topic, Igbo quest for Nigeria's unity. These are things that agitate my mind. I started thinking about how we've been having this conversation about the unity of Nigeria. And I reflect back at some of the prominent statements made by some of our founding leaders. And I feel that probably this would help us to have a conversation on the Nigerian unity. I just brought four, not to bore you. First, and I quote, not my statement, Nigeria is not a nation. It's a mere geographical expression. There are no Nigerians. In the same sense,
there are no Nigerians. Remark it. This thing you have been hearing it, but I want you to ponder deeply. You that is carrying Nigerian passport, Nigeria, but these people, they reveal that there are no Nigerians. In the sense that you have the French, the English, the German. Continue listening.
As there are English, Welsh, or French. The word Nigerian is merely a distinctive appellation to distinguish those who live within the boundaries of Nigeria from those who do not. This is accredited to Chief Obafemi Awolowo, the former Prime Minister of the Western region. The second one, and I quote.
Do you hear what he said? Awolowo said this. There is no Nigerian in the sense that you have a Welsh, a German, a French. It's just a mere geographical location to distinguish people that are living inside there, which means it's an illusion. Because, something that has no roots, it has no roots. It's just to describe what Flora Shaw used to describe people that he saw living in that area. Oh, they are black people, nigger area. Oh, black people. You people are black people. You people are people of darkness. Finish. Do you understand? So, when you call yourself a Nigerian, now that is why whenever you see somebody, for example, a Nigerian outside Nigeria, you see somebody, maybe the way he speak, you understand? Oh boy, are you in Nigeria? He say, yeah. It will never stop there. Are you Yoruba or Igbo or which one? You say, no, I'm Hausa. Okay. Because that second question is the reality. Do you understand? The first question is just to, because when you answer that, for example, if the person is a Yoruba, and that other person say, no, I'm a Yoruba, that time he will now welcome him and shake him. This is because now he see his brother. That is the way he sees it. Hausa, the same thing. Do you understand? Oh, but no person can welcome you and they say, oh, you're a Nigerian. Oh, okay, welcome. No more question. It is impossible. Why don't you reason why is this? Because there is no Nigerian culture. There is no Nigerian culture. No Nigerian food. No Nigerian national food. What you have are Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa. Now they add the Fulani, which I refuse to add, is Hausa. Do you understand? So, where is the Nigeria? Is it not an illusion? What Gowon was defending, oh, why killing people, killing us, because where is it? Nothing. Just an illusion. Continue listening, please.
It is true that we politicians always delight in talking loosely about the unity of Nigeria. 60 years ago, there was no country called Nigeria. What is now Nigeria consisted of several large and small communities, all of which were different in their outlooks and beliefs. The advent of the British and that of Western education has not materially altered the situation, and the many and varied communities have not knit themselves into a composite unit. This is accredited to Sir Ahmadu Bello, former Premier of Northern Region. They thought, and I quote, since 1914, the British government has been trying to make Nigeria into one country. But the Nigerian people themselves are historically different in their backgrounds, in their religious beliefs and customs, and do not show themselves any sign of willingness to unite. The Nigerian unity is only a British intention for the country. This is was said by Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, the former Prime Minister. The fourth and the last, let me not bore you. And I quote, each of our three regions is vastly different in many respects, but it has this in common, that despite variety of languages and customs, or differences in climate, all form part of one country which has existed as a political and social entity for 50. And I looked at the topic, Igbo question.
Now, do you see what these people, that is where when I look at black race, I'm telling you, they are full of hypocrisy. Awolowo, Ahmad Bello, Tafawa Balewa, Nnamdi Azikiwe, they agreed in one thing, that Nigeria is an illusion. That Britain is just trying to force Nigeria on everybody. Now, the question you ask is this. Why do they continue in that, accepting that forcefulness? That is what baffles me. Because that question, who is a Nigerian? That is where it comes into play. They all knew that one Nigeria is just an effort in fertility. But why can't they do what the Indians did? by telling themselves the truth. And all of them resisting. It beats my understanding. Now, when you look at these issues, you see that they agreed to rule. They agreed to, Britain also wants that amalgamation, that artificial creation to continue. So he lured them through many ways. No, okay, they might will be good. They didn't have that, initiative. There is something you call real human initiative. That initiative the Indians used in defending themselves ideologically in the face of Britain. That initiative, black people, they don't have it. I'm telling you, I don't know why. That is why, it is worse now, even in black Africa, in Nigeria in particular, where the way of governance, they have instituted a way of governing or of governance in Africa that to watch it is another thing. They'll tell you, oh, we are democracy. Everybody is talking about democracy. I used to poke your minds, you that is hearing my voice. Do you know how many billions and billions and billions that are being spent organizing elections? Do you know what it means? The Europeans, they finally sentenced or structured Africa, Nigeria, into looting money, keeping it just for election. No development. Development becomes a tertiary, not even secondary, tertiary issue. It's very, very sad. All that people talk about is voting, election. That is when to make money. Billions and billions going every blessed election year. Nigeria is 4 years term. A new president will use 2 years, 2 initial years, in order to blame the former president. To let Nigerians know that nothing in the safe. Nigeria is bankrupt. So just know that the former people in power, they have stolen everything. Okay? So be ready for suffering. Now, that is for the first 2 years. Now, the last 2 years will be for campaign. It becomes a cycle. There is no, tell me, what is Nigeria budget for technology or technological advancement? Do you know, I don't think whether they even have a budget for that. That is how sad it is. And people are there. Do you understand? Now, okay. Sorry, I was reading something somebody sent to me, but we must continue. People don't talk about technological advancement the way other developed countries talk or talk about it. No. Everything that takes, priority in Nigeria is election. They spent billions and billions of dollars printing PVC. Now they dump it. You see how they throw millions and millions of it. All is election. 2 years of blaming previous regime. Now 2 years of looting money for the next election. When will it end? Let me ask this question. When will it end? You are following people that have had a system infrastructure in place that is maintaining that type of democracy. You are thinking about, look at Italy now. Yo, they say the extreme rights won. You know, people that are always worried are Africans. They always, oh no. When Trump was there, he said, oh, Africans that are mostly worried. Extreme rights now in Italy, Africans are worried. No, we just thought, why can't you do your own thing? That is the problem. That is it. I allow every country to run their own lives, and let us run our own life. Do you understand? If we can collectively have this type of ideology, it is part of that awakening. Because we have to chart a governance, a government, a system that is, for us, that is peculiar for ourselves. I used to say this. Britain, they didn't remove their monarchy. Instead, they charted a way to bypass, to leave that monarchy. Because they are using it, it is a kingdom, an empire, I should say. Do you understand? Now, are they not, is their system not working? Are they not democratic? What of China? Is China not progressing? But they have one party. But they have their systems of elections in their own way. Why must it be that we have to follow the European system? The way to book, always we are learning. We are still in kindergarten stage and we are learning. Are we not human beings, for goodness sake? In order to chart our own system of government, instead of spending billions and billions every blessed election year. Oh, governors are also the same thing. People enter into political office to loot for money, hide it, waiting for elections. Now, people go to Europe, to Western countries, to pledge loyalty to their secret services, to be their agents, in order to win an election in Africa. Do you see that? When are we going to remove ourselves from this cycle and cycle of idiocy that was imposed on us? When? Okay. The so-called founding fathers, they knew that Nigeria is not going to work. They knew that Nigeria is going to work, but they continued anyway. They were pushed by Britain, deceived, and they fell for it. But they couldn't do that in India, because these are people that are human beings also. Do you understand? Good Luck Jonathan said it in his statement, I think some years back, whether 2 years ago, or how many years ago. But when Nigerians learn, they continue deceiving themselves. You know, it is disgusting for people to say, oh, we must live together. Are you fighting against our living together? You are an idiot. Are we not living together with Ghanaians or with Cameroonians? Is there any problem? That is a question if I see all those idiots living together, as if we are, are you not living in diaspora together with the people that you are in their country? But the problem, what we are asking for, governance. Let us govern ourselves our natural way. You can live anywhere. Do you know that we are not fighting against Fulani per se? Let me tell you, ordinary Fulani. We have Fulani. If Fulani, as a Fulani person, you come to our land, you engage in normal business, do rent, live normal life. We are not against you, because we live in foreign lands also. We are not against you per se. But the issue is that they subjugate us, try to push us in order to live the life that is not our natural life. Do you understand? In the north, Sharia north, they tell us that selling beer or alcoholic beverages is against their right. I mean, against their religion, and they destroy our goods, our livelihoods. They kill us at will. And I have let me go direct. We have a breaking news that Nigeria DSS is feeding vultures with the bodies of executed Biafrans in Kaduna forest. Do you understand? Do you know that? You know, that is why, you know, our people, we are the most stupid set of human beings on earth. They are taking us one by one. You know, our people know how to hide their pens more than any type of human beings on earth. Instead of organizing themselves in the north in order to defend themselves, no, they are you know, getting lost one by one. The other day, 2 Igbo businessmen, big businessmen. One is Ifanye, trading on battery, big battery dealer, car batteries. He was shot and killed by Fulani bandits. He didn't make a brouhaha. Who talked for us? Nobody. A very reliable intelligence has revealed to the IPOB intelligence unit the horrific manner the Nigerian state security is ending the lives of abducted Biafrans in faraway northern region of Nigeria. According to this intelligence report, there is a very expensive equipment imported into the country for the sole purpose of tracking Biafrans through their phones. The name of the equipment is called woven machine. This machine can track any phone, no matter how much you got your gadgets. The moment the members of the DSS picks their victim up, they move them immediately to Abuja in pretense for investigation. In Abuja, they keep the victim in custody with little or no food for a period of 2-3 months. They will hand over the victims to a squad called SDF, Special Defense Force, for execution. The Special Defense Force were trained in Pakistan. They move these victims to a forest in Kaduna where they execute them and leave their corpses for vultures to feed on. As vultures are feeding on these bodies, these officers record it on videos, which must be submitted back to the DSS for evidence. DSS is said to pay the members of SDF 50,000 each for each execution of one Biafran. This horrible act should be exposed to the world, and Biafrans must rise up to report this evil that is being carried out by the Nigerian security agencies. You know, if we continue in Nigeria, we will finish. People don't understand. How many people are getting lost in the north? How many Biafrans are getting lost in the north every day? Do our people care? Everybody is individually minding himself, going his service. I mean, church service. You know, praying for his God to protect him. Any day one of his members or family members got lost, he will just go and complain to his DGO, his pastor. And his pastor will quote one useless place in the Bible to console him that, Lord, don't worry, God knows everything. Everything will be okay. And the life continues. Do you see how we are dwindling in Nigeria? The Fulani Caliphate is using Nigeria state's resources, apparatus, in order to kill us. It is very, very sad. We must remove ourselves from this abomination or abominable entity which Britain put us into. This is why in the so-called presidential elections in Nigeria, let me come back to my topic, my submission. I'm talking about the price we pay for one Nigeria. When you listen to the clip of Good Luck Jonathan, this is why the so-called presidential elections in Nigeria, why others openly play tribal and regional politics, it is only the Nigeria politicians of Igbo extractions try to portray an image of championing the Nigeria cause. to our collective detriment. You know, let me read this news of 22nd of September 2022, where Peter Obi said, peace, unity of Nigeria to top my agenda in governance. He's on peace, unity of Nigeria. That's it. Who are at whose detriment? Us. We are to be sacrificed because they are giving him pressure. Oh, you're a Biafran. If you vote for Peter Obi, you are voting for Biafra. No, what? No. If for by one way or the other Peter Obi enters there, he have to show them that he is not a Biafran. He will slaughter us the way he slaughtered MASOB members during his governorship. Do you understand? Do you see how they do? Do you see how they channel the politicians of Igbo extraction? They put them pressure. Prove to us that you are for Nigeria, you are not for Biafra. Is it not what they told Wike? Oh, you'll be a president, but we wanted to make you a president, but it seems you are even supporting IPOB. He said, me? They say, okay, not it's what they say. Prove to us now. Let us see. He went back and started massacring our people in Obibo to show that he loves Nigeria. So the love of Nigeria is our detriment. The killing of Biafrans. Do you understand that? Peter Obi said peace and unity of Nigeria is top of his agenda in governance. Because that is the way we are programmed. I will continue in what I'm saying. All others are playing tribal politics. All others. They don't care. All are playing tribal politics. They don't hide it. But it is only Igbo man, a Biafran, that is always asked to prove that he is a bona fide Nigerian. And he have to satisfy by sacrificing us. Now they are killing our people secretly in Kaduna. Do you hear Hanes and Dibo raising alarm? Do you hear them? No. You don't hear them. They are killing our people using DSS and feeding them, feeding the corpses to the vultures. This is how bad it is. This is the price we are paying for one Nigeria. Do you see them kill Cameroonians? The answer is no. Do you see the caliphate killing Benin Republic people? Now the answer is no. But because we are in one Nigeria with them. If we become a country, our nation, our natural self, no person will treat us with this disdain. Do you understand? After all, Israel now is a country. Go on. Do you ever mess with any Israeli anywhere? Can any country, any people mess with Israel anywhere, or Israeli citizen anywhere? But in our own country, because we are in one Nigeria, they are killing us everywhere. In Kaduna, in the north, secretly, they are killing us. In our own land, because we are in one, we are one with them, we are living with them as one country. So they must subjugate us in the way they want us to be, not the way we want to be. No. So that is the cause. Let me also play this before I open the lines, please. You have been hearing it, I've been playing it, but I want to also play it so that you hear.
This is a message to my...
Listen.
This is a message to my northern Christian brothers and sisters, specifically for you. Why? Because if you go to the south, to the southeast, to the southwest, a Christian from northern part of Nigeria is a northerner. Simple. If there are breakdown of blood orders in Enugu, they kill everybody, whether a Muslim or Christian coming from the north. This is the record that is on ground.
Are you hearing? Now, the question I am asking is, why should there be killing in the first place? If there is an outbreak of killing, why should there be outbreak of killing? Is it not because we are in one Nigeria? Have there been outbreak of killing of Cameroonians in Nigeria? Let me ask this. When there was Ghana must go during the time of Buhari in the 80s as the head of state, military head of state, the same Buhari, they were not killed. Do you understand? Because they have their own country. They tell them, oh yeah, go back to your own country. Which is wrong anyway. Have you ever had the killings of Togolese in Nigeria targeted? The answer is no. But here they are insinuating always if there is a outbreak of killings, which means it is something that is they know that comes from time to time. Why? Because we are in one huge mess called Nigeria. If they are living on their own as a separate country, now we are living on our own as a separate country, we will have mutual respect. We will treat ourselves with respect according to the international law. Have you seen Pakistanis being targeted and killed in India? No matter their differences, have you seen that? The answer is no. Have you seen Indians targeted in Pakistan being slaughtered? The answer is no. Have you seen Israelis being killed again in streets of Europe? The answer is no. Because they have their own country. So they are now protected by the international charter concerning countries. But we are in a huge mess called Nigeria. One Nigeria. And that is why we are killed. We are suffering for it. That is what this man, listen to what he's saying. Now, if we can always insinuate about rise of killings, which is expected all the time in the north, in this and that, if not, kill south, if south, kill north. Why are we staying together, for goodness sake? That is the question that should be discussed in Nigeria. But dead bodies, they don't care. What matters to them is, now wow, give me 100 naira and I will vote for any person that gave me money. Dead bodies, the most stupid set of people on earth are Nigerians. Have you heard about in any other country where they are insinuating that their fellow citizens, it is because it's what they expect. The East will kill West, or the South will kill North, or the North will kill South. Have you ever had it in any place, any other country? No, it's only in Nigeria. Because that is how Nigeria is programmed to be, one Nigeria. Listen, continue listening to the hate speech of this man. Is it Mahdi or what?
Nobody can deny this. Christians of northern extraction, think wisely, act wisely, behave wisely. You have no business voting a southern candidate based on Christianity. At the end of the day, his agenda is not you.
If all these speeches, hate speeches, evil speeches that can never be allowed in any other country in this world are coming up in Nigeria just because of election. Now tell me, what is Nigeria then? What is Nigeria? Nigeria is not a country. If things like this should be allowed, which is what is happening, the reality facing Nigerians. But those people care? Do people care? No, they don't care. Wow, dead bodies everywhere. Most useless people on earth everywhere. They will use it to make a comedy. Now they say, wow, Christians in the north should not vote in the south. If there is a war, every time a war is expected, killings and slaughterings are expected because we're in one country. If we have our different nations as Biafra, Arewa, or Dudua, there will be mutual relation, mutual respect. Nobody will be thinking of killing each other because each country will have their army. We have their different modes of ways of life. If you are coming to Biafra land, you have to come and stick to our rules, our laws. The same way the Fulani that travel, they will travel to countries like South Africa and stick to their laws. They will not go there in order to implement, force people to implement, carry their own ways of life, to force South Africans to live their own way. No. They will not go to Angola in order to force Angolans, in order to live the way their tradition. No, 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 no. To live the way the Fulani want them to live. No. But in one Nigeria, we are cajoled, forced, intimidated to live the way the Fulani wants us to live. That is the price we are paying for one Nigeria. Continue listening.
His agenda is his own tribe. If you pick Obi, his agenda is not Christianity. He could be a fantastic Catholic. But below the Catholicism, he is a die-hard Biafra. If you vote Obi, you are voting for Biafra. No missing of the words. If you vote for Biafra, you are voting for the destruction of the North.
Are you hearing what he said? Voting for Biafra is voting for the destruction of the North. And you ask the person how. If we have our republic, Biafra, Republic of Biafra, or independent Biafra, because I don't know how we shall call it, whether republic or federal anything, or it can be anything. After all, it is our own thing. We name it according to us. After all, Dubai is in it's an emirate. You understand? Ruled by emir. But they are progressing because it is something, it is their system. They modified it to fit this modern world. And it is advancing. So, if we have our nation, we can modify it and name it anything we want in our own way. If we have Republic of Biafra, we will have our laws according to our values. And the people coming into our country will respect our laws, our values. The same way we Biafrans respect the laws of people, other people's countries. Do you understand? After all, there are Biafrans everywhere around the world, including Saudi Arabia. They go there, they respect their laws. You cannot go there and say because you're Biafran, you have to behave the way your law is in Biafra land. It is lie. They'll kill you. Mutual respect is what we are clamoring for. And we cannot get it in Nigeria. It is impossible. Because there will be a continuous clash of titans, clash of civilizations, clash of cultures. Endless. It will be endless. Britain know this, and that is why they put us together. They coupled us together, amalgamated us together. Because while we are fighting each other, we can never think of development. We will be forced to defend the criminals because they are from our tribe. Do you understand? That is the pathetic part of it. So they continue reducing our standard. A time will come, that reduced standard will become our norm, and it will be very difficult to change. Now, even a criminal, a Biafran criminal, we have to defend him. Why? Because they say he's suffering injustice. What of other criminals? Why they didn't target him? Do you see how what Nigeria means for us? Do you see how Nigeria is changing our nomenclature? Do you see it? In Nigeria, we have to change, we have to defend the criminals in the form of that, they are Biafrans. Because we are living in a country that is an illusion. We are living in a country where there is no rule of law. If we don't do that, which means we are the others. Others will take over everything. Do you understand? These are the prices we are paying in one Nigeria. Continue listening.
Tell me, a Christian from Taraba, Nasarawa, Kogi, Kwara, Kaduna, Kebbi, Sokoto, Bauchi, Gombe. Tell me what you drive, the benefit you will drive by voting Ogi. Just tell me one single benefit. And the answer is there is none. If you want to know the answer is true, go to Enugu, go to Aba, go to Inewi, go to Akwa Ibom, go to every part of the south. As a Christian.
Do you see the pathetic statement? And in that statement, he mentioned Akwa Ibom, which they know as a Biafra, and rightly so. Do you understand? But when it comes to separation of Nigeria, they say, no, they are not Igbo, they are not the Biafra. Oh, yeah, wait, you want to dominate. Do you see how systematic the caliphate is? Do you see that? Now that this guy committed, he was arrested, committing as a kidnapper, they brought out his real name. Ikechukwu. It's no more that Leon. That, it's no more. Now they brought out his real name. That is how the caliphate behaves. They know where to touch us at any given time, so that we start behaving in, the way they want us to behave. But IPOB is here in order to stretch our head or stretch our neck, stretch back our neck to the right position. And that is what we are doing. For your information, historically, let me tell you, in 1945, Awolowo formed the group Egbe Omo Oduduwa to forge Yoruba unity, bringing together traditional and educated elites. You understand? The party of Awolowo, Egbe Omo Oduduwa, he was formed to forge Yoruba unity, not Nigeria unity. Listen. Egbe Omo Oduduwa was advertised as a non-political organization for men and women of Yoruba nationality to build the Yoruba state of Nigeria. Do you see it? Okay. In 1950, Macpherson Constitution introduced democratic elections in the country. However, as a cultural organization, Egbe Omo Oduduwa wasn't able to contest elections because it was a cultural organization. Now, they turned the Action Group, which is a national political party, was formed as a political arm of Egbe Omo Oduduwa. Action Group, that was part of Nigerian National Party. It was formed as a cultural Yoruba group. Do you understand? By Awolowo. Okay. Now, the Northern People's Congress, NPC, is a political party in Nigeria formed in June 1949. It was transformed from a Northern cultural organization known as Jamia Mutanem Arewa. Do you know that? The Northern People's Congress, all is Northern People's Congress. It was formed, transformed from a Northern cultural organization known as Jamia Mutanem Arewa, only for the Northerners, for the Caliphate. But the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons was founded in 1944 by the then journalist Nnamdi NCNC was formed to promote pan-Nigerianism and self-governance. Do you see the price we are paying? It didn't start today. While others were clamoring for their own people, Nnamdi Azikiwe formed his own to, to unify Nigeria. That is why we become the chickens, the sacrificial lambs in Nigeria. But IPOB said, no, we cannot continue in this status quo. You understand? Let me also say this. During the transatlantic slave trade in 1803, 75 Igbo slaves revolted against their captors, took control of the ship, drowned their captors, and caused the grounding of the ship in Dover Creek on St. Simon's Island, Glen County, Georgia, United States. Many of the Igbo slaves committed suicide rather than be slaves in the New World. It is called Igbo Landing Mass Suicide of 1803. The mutiny and the suicide of these Igbo would-be slaves against slave owners were regarded as the first freedom march in the history of the United States. No wonder, after Nigeria amalgamation, the colonial masters and other Nigerians started propagating hatred of the Igbos for many reasons, which were unfounded. The hatred intensified in the early 1940s and 1950s. Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe even called for self-determination for the Igbo in his speech on Saturday, June the 25th of 1949. He told his audience, "The Igbo people have reached a crossroad, and it is for us to decide which is the right course to follow. We are confronted with routes leading to diverse goals, but as I see it, there is only one road that I can safely recommend for us to tread, and it is the road to self-determination for the Igbo within the framework of a federated Commonwealth of Nigeria and the Cameroons, leading to a United States of Africa. Other roads, in my opinion, are calculated to lead us from the path of national self-realization." You know, when he talks well, he will conclude it with rubbish. Listen to what he said. According to Azikiwe, it would appear that God has specially created the Igbo people to suffer persecution and be victimized because of their resolute will to live. Since suffering is a label of our tribe, we can afford to be sacrificed for the ultimate redemption of the children of Africa. Do you see it? Do you see it? Why we are the price we are paying for one Nigeria? Azikiwe said that we are sacrificial lambs, therefore we have to continue suffering. We have to continue suffering for Nigeria, for Africa. Do you see what somebody opened his mouth to say? That is the reason why whenever any of all these Igbo politicians do so, they will be reminded of this, that look, you are in this contraption in order to serve as sacrificial lambs, so do it. And they will be slaughtering their own people. Enough is enough. We have seen that this amalgamated Nigeria, which is devouring us, was and is still principally promoted by Igbo politicians at our collective loss. Notwithstanding all these sacrifices, the Igbos in the Nigeria political settings are still pressured and required to show their Nigerianism, which means destroying their own people as a sign of bona fide Nigerians. This is the price we are paying for the continuous existence of the fake one Nigeria. We have decided to stop being the sacrificial lambs for this giant zoo called Nigeria. We have decided to chart our own route, to restore our lost identity, to restore Biafra. Azikiwe said that we the Igbos are willing to be sacrificial lambs in order to be slaughtered for Nigeria. But here we are undoing the status quo. Here we are as Biafrans in this generation saying no to this rubbish being pronounced by one man that is just looking for his own his own benefit, his own selfish interest only, we can never continue paying the price for one Nigeria at our detriment. That is why they pressure Igbo politicians in order to do more to prove that they are Nigerians. But here we are saying no, because enough is enough. This is where I'm going to stop. I will go into a few minutes break so that when I come back, I will open the lines for people to call in. Please don't go away.
See, Tupa, look at my shop. Yesterday, being Saturday, 17th of September 2022, a gang of Nigerian soldiers came to Ekututu, Osi Tupa. They destroy shops, people's properties, lives. Look at my shop. I'm a graduate. I have nothing doing. Look at how they render me useless in Osi Tupa. They set my shop ablaze. This shop now, I'm a glow agent. I'm dealing on phones and the phones accessories. Registering people's SIM card. Now, look at my shop. Both the show glass, the counter, the goose. What of millions of naira damage here? No less than 10 million naira damage here. How can I start again? They went to my second shop, start to break it, but that one wasn't giving them access because of its decking. What are we going to do? Have you committed any offense? The Nigerian soldiers that are supposed to defend the country, they are saying say no to Biafra, say no to IPOP. They are shouting it, say no to IPOP. Am I an IPOP member? Do you see any mark on me? I'm a graduate. I'm a graduate of Imose University and also a graduate of Urban University Rome and also a graduate of postgraduate diploma in the education. I'm educationist. What is wrong with these people? They have to pay for this show.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra Hausa-Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. Today is the 28th day of September 2022. Today is our 4th day in our calendar, in our Igbo calendar. Today is our 4th. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you back onto this program. Our lines are now open. Our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. Please, you call and give your view. But remember, the topic of my submission today is the price we pay for one Nigeria. I have a first caller on Signal. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Yes, Mazi, I can hear you.
There, well, welcome to the program.
Good evening from here, my beloved brother. Before I proceed, I would just like to say, may Chukwu bless you for educating us every time you come on this platform. And the same greetings go to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who has provided also this platform for Biafrans to gather, to learn histories and know about what is happening to us. Chukwu releasing for us unconditionally that we shall continue to fight until Biafra is being restored. Mazi, you have said it all this evening. The price we pay for being a zoological republic. Everything we are trying, to see how we can be able to manage in this country called Nigeria becomes dead for us. We have tried many ways that we can be able to live a better life. Everything we do there is endly, they will kill us. And we cannot continue to live in this type of country. We cannot continue to live in this type of country, Nigeria, that everything, it doesn't matter even if we are trying to play saint, we will die. And these are the reasons why we've made up our mind. There's nothing they will tell us that can change our mind. We must free ourselves from Nigeria, because Nigeria has become a dead zone. I heard you when you said Nigerians are dead bodies. It is true, my brother. I agree with you. Nigeria is a dead body full everywhere. This is a country whereby in every 4 years, the same criminal politicians that has put their life in this situation they have found themselves today will still come out and I know give them 2,000 naira. The same idiots will come and put them in, suffer for the next 4 years. Now, just as you said, they bought a bus for children, trying to put their insignia in it. At the end of the day, when any crime they committed with that bus, they will turn up to say it's Biafrans or ESN or IPOB. We are tired of Nigeria. Nigeria is a killer of destiny. And the more we stay in Nigeria, the more we die. Earlier, the better our people understand what we are saying and join this force so that we can be able to liberate ourselves from this animal country called Nigeria. Because this country have destroyed all of us. This is why I'm here. If Nigeria is good, I will not leave the so-called idiotic country, including Biafrans all over the world. If this country called Nigeria is good, why are you people running away? Ask yourself a question. Can you keep on running away? And as you are running away, they are coming in, Fulanis are coming in to dominate your space, to take it over. You people should go and thank Mazi Nnamdi for bringing us where we are today. If not this man by now, many of us cannot be able to go back home. You will go back home and you see a Fulani man at the back of your house. When you talk, he will kill you and nobody will come for you. You go to police station, they are there. You go anyway, they are the head of the office. So Biafrans, let's keep on working hard. Let's keep on fighting with our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a man who has gave us an example to follow. We must keep on fighting until we liberate ourselves from this country called Nigeria. There is no back to go, Mazi. This is my stand. I used to tell my children, Nigeria is dead. Whether they like it or not, Nigeria is dead, because just as you see, they use dead body of Biafrans to feed the vultures. This is unbelievable. Here in Austria, where I am, when a cat died on the street, you will see that the newspaper will carry it. Even the way they will tell the news to their populace, it will look as if one big thing has happened, because they respect every living thing. But in Nigeria, human being, even fowl, chicken is better than human being. So for this reason, we cannot continue to live in Nigeria. We must free ourselves from this dungeon that have put all of us. There's no back to go, Mazi. May Chukwu Kabema bless you for giving me this opportunity. And Thank you so much, brother.
There were. I have another caller on WhatsApp. One other, please, I'll come to you. Let me take this caller. He has been there before you. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Welcome to the program. There were. Good evening, sir. Welcome to the program. There were what?
Napoleon, I'm calling from Aba.
Okay, go on, please.
Okay,
I hope our radio on Ekuku FM on Ekuku there.
On Eku live.
There we go on.
FM Neku live, FM okay. One Emrea. Oye, si ono di shike na struggle ono. Yenewi na Biafra land ebe agba de na ebe ni lewo na. Asa were so na Nnamdi Kanu were so state. lawa that's ya with some state na anonate we are even oh when no power time for na MTN the MTN e bu tara ge abene state ase ore ya de go na Biafra bela ono dishika o ba Biafra ke ya nge wote ya dishi ni ke Isaac Ankele no de mo ya bro no sra me ba nge me ya ma na Biafra ga bia de wo no wo na ga bo awo ba vote e ba aya na ya me vote o ja ti me vote ha me vote ha e wo ye dio ha na eku o ye shiji ke no de wo no e bi obere mo
de wo
ya na trete o Biafra wa aya ma ya na ko Biafra ka ma de wo sa
de wo thank you. Now I'll bring in Wada Marian. Welcome to the program.
Good afternoon, sir. Mazi Jonathan. And how are you today?
I'm good. There are you?
I am, thank God today. I'm doing okay. Mazi, let me thank my fellow Biafrans. My fellow Biafrans, good afternoon from here. My name's Marian Hader. I'll be speaking from Maryland in United States. I am from Umunoha. Umunoha is Nnamdi local government. Mazi, each time I listen to you, you bring these poignant, points that provoke my thoughts beyond even my own wildest imagination. I am going to give 3 arguments how I captured your submission today. Provoking, powerful, anyway, from my perspective. But first, before I move on, I know you have been playing this note about the young man that his shop was bought in a Kyoto. But something struck me today, a few minutes ago when you were playing it. Maybe we can redirect our attention there afterwards. He started by saying what happened to him. Then he said, I am not an IPOB member. I do not have any marks. Then he began to say, I am a graduate. I am an educationist. I am this and that. Immediately it struck my mind for the first time. I asked myself, what was he trying to communicate? I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. What was he trying to communicate? IPO members are not graduates? IPO members do not have marks or what, or do have marks? All these things are irrelevant. Why am I making it? It's still the same misconstrued ideology or mindset we have. Misplaced identity. Yes, he has every right to lament. He has every right to explain what happened to him. It has nothing to do with qualification or who he is. That was not why they burnt his place. They burned his place because a government that is supposed to protect its people are destroying their people. Whether he's an IP, because when they came there, they never asked him those questions. I don't know why our people are so. He didn't have to say anything. But let me not go there because that will consume my thought now if I go into that. Because for the first time, it struck me and it really upset me. I'm going to think into that. But let me go into the things you said today. Mazi, you talked about Zeke. I listened to his speeches, and all these idiots claim or trying to make it that our blood, the blood of the Biafrans, are the ones that have been projected or subjected for the foundation, laying the foundation of what is called Nigeria. Like you earlier said in your, when you started, Nigeria is a geographical location. There is no indigenous person in that location that bears that name or was bearing that name, a Nigerian, before the collaboration and what they are calling Nigeria. So when you begin to think, because I said you provoke me, Mazi, that's why I call you an institution. I know other people provoke me, but when somebody provokes me on a level I never thought, it gives me chills. I listened to you today, Mazi, you gave me a lot of chills. Now, when you begin to explore this thought, what it's going to tell you, I'm going to use food to categorize what you just said from my perspective, the way I analyze it. That name Nigeria is like a processed food. It has no living enzymes, so it's dead. So when you are in a garbage, when you are in something that has no living things in them, living enzyme as a food, you're eating processed food, you're putting garbage into garbage. But when you talk about Biafra, Biafra is an indigenous name. of these people. So you look at it as organic name that has life-giving force in them. That is why Biafra must come. I'm not going to take too much time, but let me move to another thing you said, Mazi. I'm just dropping these things. Maybe some people will explain my thought process. Sometimes they can be wild. Mazi, you said something about time. You're talking about the ushering of time. You use the word illumination. I've said it several times. The awakening. Let me take us to the Bible. If you follow the Bible concept, before, according to the Bible, God said, let us come together. That's what you're talking about. Let us come together and reason. This force we call God has been existing, has been there. But because he did not call together other deities or whatever, if you want to follow the Bible concept of the story, that is the Word and the Holy Spirit. If they did not come together and reason and began creation, he was not known. Even though he existed, he was not known. So what am I trying to say? It was the coming together, the reasoning, and the awakeness of the Godhead that become to make him to be known. Things began to happen. That is where we are. We have to be the ones to rise up, which is the era we are now. And that is what is going to usher in Biafra. The awakening, the coming together, the reasoning, led by Mazi, Nnamdi, Kanu, or Hamadike one. That is what is going to open our eyes and bring Biafra to be. Biafra has been there. Just like God has been there. Time has been there. But time was not recognized. Time did not become awake until the coming together and the reasoning of Godhead. And when you look at every other religion, Buddha is number one. Buddhism. That's why it's called reaching the awakening, the enlightenment. You have to come to that place where you say, let me reason. You begin to explore your mind, the spiritual mind of the man. Then you begin to come to that awakening. When you get to the awakening, then things begin to happen. I can't thank Mazi, Ahmadike, and everybody enough, Mazi. If I begin to go on and go, I don't want to occupy it. Let me give time for other people. Maybe I'll continue this time, this mindset you have set on me now, Mazi. This process on Saturday when we do our spiritual thing. But Mazi, today is another day. It's giving me chills. I have a lot of thoughts running in my head. Mazi, thank you so much. Thank you. I give you more kudos, more power to your mind. May God continue to use you to express, to teach us, to provoke our thoughts as we march on to this journey. As far as I'm concerned, Biafra is here. The problem our people have is not having a vision. One thing is to have a vision, but argument becomes the vision you have for what project. Yes, Zig may have a vision. Yes, Zig may have notified or noticed that we have been set up for destruction to lay this foundation as a lamp. They have been saying it. But the point is, what project? Our blood is not supposed to lay foundation for project of Africa. It's not supposed to be the blood that will lay the foundation for the project of Nigeria. If our blood must be spilled, it has to be to lay the foundation of Biafra. And that is why Biafra must come. And that is why anybody talking about any other name, they are working on a foundation for a different building. If you want to build a 2-3-story building, you design the depth of the depth and the construction of the foundation makes that project to be possible. When you're building a 1-bedroom, it's a different foundation. What some of our people have been doing are trying to use a foundation for another building. Biafra is the right name for the foundation Mazi has laid, being inspired by Mazi. I'm going to rest my case. I'm so fired up with what you said today. I don't want to occupy. Thank you so much. God bless you, Mazi.
Remain blessed too, because you are also an institution. I'm telling you. You know, these useless statements by Azikiwe that we Igbo suffer persecution and be victimized because of our resolute will to live. And he said, since suffering is a label of our tribe. You know, when I talk against this man, I don't know, some people feel maybe offended. I cannot understand. That our tribe is labeled for suffering. That we can afford to be sacrificed for the ultimate redemption of the children of Africa. While others are sacrificing for their own cause. He wants us to be sacrificial lamb for Nigeria, for Africa. After sacrifice, when you kill a chicken or you kill a goat, a sheep, as sacrifice for something, do you regard the sheep? The sheep is dead. Now you are waiting for result of that thing you sacrifice it for. So that sheep is nothing. So this man, people don't understand what this man means. He's sacrificing. That is why. That is why the caliphates have taken. It's also spiritual. They take this oath because this is the oath he made with the British, that we should be sacrificed for Nigeria. That is why anywhere they kill us, we are nothing. We have to thank God for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We need to remove ourselves from this useless utterance just for him to be a president of Nigeria. We must continue. I have a caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. My brother, Mazi Jonathan. My name is Ebo Chukwu American from Kanu, Mbrubu, Kanu, Enugu province. I reside there in South Africa. And I thank Chukwu Kabiam for you and all the radio anchors for the wisdom that Elohim has given to you all to teach us, to tell us what is happening, and to motivate us to keep on reminding us who we are and what to do. I thank you guys very, very well. I cannot even thank you so much. I don't even know how to thank you guys. Thank you so much. Like what you have said, and the clips that you have played, the many clips that you have played for this Northerner, I have listened to it before many times because I have never called to speak about it. That every Christian from Northerners, wherever they may live in the eastern region, that whatever when something happens, they will be slaughtered as the Northerners. That no one should vote for the Easterner. That any vote you give to Easterner is Biafra, and if you Biafra go, that the North is going to suffer. The same statement made by also Tinubu when Tinubu was telling his supporters that if they're there to vote Obi, that Obi also that is about voting Biafra, that if Igbo people go, that Lagos will be empty, that are going to suffer. Now, every one of us can understand that these people are just using us as a slave, conquered slave, just like Europeans and the Americans used Black Africa to build their nation. The same way these people are using us, the Biafrans, Igbo people, as their slaves to build their nation, to build their economy, to make them survive, to make their life easier, to maintain their status quo. That anytime the Igbo people leave, they are going to suffer. And then now, as Zeke said, that we are going to be the slaughter sheep to keep Nigeria and whole Africa as one. And our politicians also are the one championing it, making sure that we are being slaughtered, to make sure that Nigeria is one. And what I want to let every one of us to know is that if we don't fight to death, we'll try to make our life okay. We're not going to fight. We're not going to fight. Can we fight? Or can we kill our brother, the politicians? Or we're not going to kill them. We will never, ever come out from Nigeria. The only solution, I know very, very well that our leaders, DOS, that's something we are waiting for. That I know they are very, very wise. And you guys are very wise. That's something. It's not that we are scared. We are not scared. Even me here and my brothers here, we are many who are willing to sacrifice our lives before God and man for Biafra to come. We are just waiting for the time to ripe, so that we'll be called upon to be in a safe place where we will land and defend our land. Many people of our people are defending Nigeria. Obituary. Those people have no clue of whom they are. They have no clue of our suffering. They have no clue of the thousands or millions they have killed from 1945, 1953, 1966, and 1967 to 1970. They have no clue that we have died more than 7.something million in Nigeria. Any race in the whole world that has lost their people, as we have lost our people in Nigeria, never ever forget their suffering, the death of their people. Never. That they never forget it. They never play with it, with their lives. We must, whatever we can do to make sure, because if we don't fight to come out from Nigeria, our people will never ever join us. They will never get up from their slumber. But when we start shooting, killing, fighting Nigerian government, Nigerian army, destroying everything, go to war.
Mazi, are you still there? Mazi, I don't know. He reconnected. I don't know why it should be so. Okay. Okay, go on, please. Go on and round up, please.
Okay, yeah, I'm hearing you very well. So what I want to say this evening is, when we start fighting Nigerian government, Nigerian army, that's the way you will see those people supporting P2P will come and join. They have no choice to join us. Even some politicians will join us. Some will run away. But if we stand, keep looking for them to join us, we are going nowhere. That's what I just want to let you, every one of us, know. I love you guys. We must join together and move on to make sure we fight whatever it takes to come out from Nigeria. Nigeria is dead to us. It's dead. Thank you so much. Have a blessed night, my brother. Shalom to every Biafrans. Thank you.
Remain blessed. Nigeria is really dead for us. That is it. That is the way it was programmed. Caller on signal. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mazi Jonathan. I'm telling you, I'm telling you, Mazi Jonathan. The one thing I want to tell you, my name is Chris, calling from Moro. Mazi, never fear to hit these people. Never ever. Even the rest of the radio broadcaster, never ever one day to have any fear what's going to happen. Never. You see why? Because of this play you play now here. From this Futajeno man. Because I don't think all they will call these people foreigner. And I mean, today it is good to anywhere you see these people moving on the road, ask them documents. Of course, Ghana speak Hausa, Togo, Niger. These people should not come and talk this kind of thing. Assuming this word come out from an Igbo man, they call him a prisoner. Immediately DSS will go for him. Immediately. But nevertheless, Shegumi have already defended their own people, their own men. They are now, he's now want to defend his own political men. I mean, what these people planning is to Islamize us in a full force, to beat us how they want. I mean, since 1960, something like that. I mean, it's boring. I'm telling you. Honestly, I bring the photo of this man called dead man of Bukhari and showed some people here in Morocco. This man, I was 8 years. When this man take over as the military head, look at this hand and take my hand. How old are these people? These people, what these people tell me, they say haram. Some bad thing is going on in Nigeria. I'm telling you. The one thing I want to promise them, let them think that they are Nigeria. I live. My dear, we will never, ever. Nnamdi Kanu is not around, but he is still here with us. We will never deny him. And Biafra must be stopped. Mazi, Never fear. These people are cowards. Oh, hey, Biafra. Thank you, sir.
Almost here, Biafra. There, war. And I'm joined by Mazi, okay? Mazi, okay, foreign. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Mazi, good evening.
There,
sir.
There, welcome to the program.
Mazi, thank you. Continue to do what you know how to do best. I will continue to appreciate our beloved leader, Mazi Nnamdi, Kanu, the members of Shugu and all his listeners, wonderful, doing the needful, men and women of all over the world, radicals, fanaticals. We will continue to appreciate all of you. Don't despair. Onya Telegu born around Konebi. I had a kuku jojo and I make the I question the Mazi, I question you. Yeah, Mazi, before I go on, I wrote to you tomorrow. He didn't tell me the time the South Africans are coming and the 1 million man match. I think, are you going to be on Friday? But we are coming 1 million man match. We want to come to your program tomorrow. On Friday, why tomorrow is South Africa.
Okay,
please,
I
can you
think
write
I
me the
will.
time?
No, I will check. We'll talk it off air. I think it will be okay.
Okay. Please, it's very important because two of them, South Africa and 1 million man match on Friday. Yeah, Mazi, you saw what happened today in the whole of Biafra land. And he saw what Chinasa wrote in his page today. These people are coming. They want to ignite the same war they did 1970. You can see what happened in Nkure today. You can see what happened in Omonze, in Mbudi, and especially in our Omemma again. The so-called Ogun, Mozambique, is at work again. He abducted 11 men in Omoko yesterday night. And about 7 days ago, he took almost 30 persons has abducted. And now the Umokwe people, our mama, has risen up. That number one condition that the Ikonso's body must and should return to them for a proper burial. Otherwise, they are so-called deeds. Politicians don't will face it. And in another one, what Hope is planning, they are trying to bring a communal fighting within our land. And now it's springing up. The our Mama people are accusing Hope was Odimba and the so-called agent from Amiyawa, this Ogu, Mozambique. That if these guys are not released, but we don't want any communal crisis again, coupled with the one we are facing in Olo. So this is a situation that needs to be arrested as soon as possible, so that what the enemies are planning, what the enemy is planting, what the enemy is fermenting can take place again in the same axis. Not to talk on the Igbo land. You can see what happened in Zambu, Iza and other people, and the part of Calabar. All these community, these people the government are fermenting it. The Fulani is using them. So please, our people should be very, very mindful of how they've been deceived now. And a day before yesterday, Mazi, in our Amebu, did you know that this army, the zoological army with their so-called bag, they went to Amebu, and the people locked their gates, and they started shooting sporadically that place. And this is why we are telling our people, there are things we can do our own. If the whole community will get their vigilantes, put them together and do the needful, I don't think we will have too much problem. Because we remember one of them telling them, these people are trying to intimidate our people. We can see everywhere. They are causing problems. They are killing. But we are not going to despair. Why after that question, it doesn't matter how long it might last. This is not time of talking. It's not time of crying. Only God made the need for simple as that. Let us face this securely. Old Testament, I believe. If you remember, and our people are here, they not spend their unnecessarily. People and the village and I sat there, the check areas on them. Our amount of money these people are spending, the Budohana walk. These are people that the whole of Biafra land is under siege. Mazi, all the very stupidity in the Igbo, especially in the Igbo, on easy to see hola. I leave it here and there. We talk offline. You see, my brother, I gonna let us continue fighting. Of
course.
Thank you, sir. Good night.
Of course. We must continue. We will never stop. Or any person or any people that think that we shall stop what we are doing, you are in cloud cooker land. That is it. I have a caller on WhatsApp. You have been there since 8 minutes. Welcome to the program. Caller on WhatsApp.
Professor Jonathan, thank you for taking my call.
The woman say, my co-scavenger. Welcome to the program.
The scavenger. I'm calling from Africa Sud in South Africa. Hey, Professor Jonathan. Hey, Professor Jonathan, you have put pepper on my body. All my body is pepper. All my body is aching me. Professor Jonathan, if not you that is working in Radio Biafra, this Radio Biafra that our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is putted, how can we hear about this in this world? That the person we trusted, that the person we call Zik of Africa, said this type of word on his people, that we are sacrificial land to the Africa. Dr. Professor Jonathan, no wonder here in Africa Sud, do you know that every flight that leaves from Johannesburg goes with 3 or 2 cups of a Biafran every blessed day? Every blessed day, make this investigation and ask. You hear what I'm telling you? Every blessed day a flight is leaving Johannesburg, a dead corpse of a Biafran is leaving a flight from Johannesburg. Professor Jonathan, when this that situation said this, who knows the sacrifice they did? Who will tell us whether they did a sacrifice? Because I've never heard a race or a group of people that is suffering what we are suffering in this world. We are the only group in this world. Look at what this Fulani man said. He was angry about Biafrans, and he's talking about killing Biafrans. He just outbreak of killing. Have you heard this type of English on earth? Outbreak of killing somebody, like outbreak of cholera or meningitis or outbreak of AIDS. Can you hear what a human being, a hate speech against a group, only a group of people? This same group of people are on 29th of October 1969. Another group, another man called Obafemi Awolowo, said that he's not going to feed Biafrans so that they will die, because if they feed them fat, they will have strength to fight against them. And Biafra children died because of starvation. This is only one group that this is against. This world are against. Only one group in this world that everybody is against. What have we done? And our own people are busy, still yet hating us more, causing more harm. And that is why I hate P2P, just like I now hate ICQ with my own bone marrow. I hate 2 of these people, because these people know what they are doing. They know that the way that they are going are to kill us. And you hear all of them. This is this Nigeria is where you hear that a civilian is accused of jumping a bell. That a journalist will write that a citizen jumped a bell from his own hometown, from his own village, from his own house. They accused our leader that he jumped bell from his own house. And the zoo politics are still there. We still have people who don't speak for us. This is same place. This is same Nigeria. Is where you hear a bloody civilian. You will hear that the civilian is a bloody one. Civilian. That is in same Nigeria. That is where you hear this. How can we live in this type of situation? How can a group agree to endure this type of insult, humiliation, pain throughout their life since they were born? They have been enduring pain for the sake of Nigeria. And now somebody said that our blood is a sacrificial lamb in Africa. No wonder. Everywhere you go in Africa, it's the same. Gabon, Ivory Coast, Benin, everywhere they are scattered. Go to Jonke in Nome, in Togo. Go to Jonke, you see them. Go to Cotonou, go to Aflawo, go everywhere in the world. They are there. They are sacrificial lamb, and that is what we IPOB said. Back to the sender that Nnamdi we reject it in the name of Almighty God. We reject it. Now, as a people we reject it. We, the IPOB, have rejected it. He said, thank you for taking my call. Thank you for taking my call, Jonathan. Thank you. We are hearing something here. I don't know.
Thank you. We must continue. That is it. There is no. We will never stop because you know, if we stop, we will all perish. You know, there is something Mazi I want to say the other day. Do you think that we are going to stop? If we ever stop, we will be hunted. Even if it takes the zoo years to hunt all of us, take us one by one. Look at how they are disappearing. Our people in the north, and you will hear them say, "Hey, as I read as Ndibo in Kaduna, he's with APC gubernatorial candidate." That is what you hear. They don't care about their people. Before you save others, you save yourself first. What Azikiwe instituted to use the future generations of Biafrans as sacrifice, we are undoing it today. I'm telling you, we must continue. Caller on signal, welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Mazi Jonathan.
Great, sir. Welcome to the program.
Mazi, my name is Mazi Fanyi. I'm calling from my location. Mazi, first of all, I thank our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Ahmadike Biafra Kembo, Nalibu Buruburu. Mazi, I thank you for your topic this night. Mazi, you see, in fact, this topic this night, it didn't give me joy at all. But what I want to chip in here is like when you are on the program in the morning. I was listening to that program, but I was in office because I don't have time to call. You said a lot of things in that program. You said when Atiku said that he's after him, that's when the Igbo people will now start. It's not that I'm campaigning for them. That after him, that's when Igbo people will be dreaming to have their own share in the presidential or anything concerning presidents in the zoo called Nigeria. Mazi, I wanted to say something that but it's unfortunate that I don't have time to call. At least we all can remember what happened when they killed Deborah. Atiku is the one that went and tweet. And his people call him in order. He immediately deleted and denied. He doesn't, in short, that kind of art, that kind of character, our people did not take it and learn. It did not show us that these people, they are, in short, they are chameleon. They never say something and they stand on it. Now, look at our brother Ihedoha opening his dirty mouth against his people, against his brother. But that one is by the way. What I want to say, Ziki, who they call Zik of Africa, he think that he used our forefather as a sacrifice. But we, the new generation of freedom fighter under IPOB, leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We rejected it. We can never be a sacrifice to anybody. Mazi, instead of Biafra not to come, Mazi, we must take this our freedom, no matter how whether they like it or not. We must take our freedom. Because if we continue allowing these people, okay, look at, as you said, they are using our brothers and our sisters, feeding their vultures in the north. Mazi, in fact, this will have done a very terrible thing to our people. Look at, as you said, they are using our brothers and our sisters, feeding their vultures in the north. Mazi, in fact, this will have done a very terrible thing to our people. Look at, as you said, they are using our brothers and our sisters, feeding their vultures in the north. Mazi, in fact, this will have done a very terrible thing to our people. Look at, as you said, they are using our brothers and our sisters, feeding their vultures in the north. Mazi, in fact, this will have done a very terrible thing to our people. Look at, as you said, they are using our brothers and our sisters, feeding their vultures in the north. Mazi, in fact, this will have done a very terrible thing to our people. Look at, as you said, they are using our brothers and our sisters, feeding their vultures in the north. Mazi, in fact, this will have done a very terrible thing to our people.
Just know how you work. I leave this in. Don't talk it out, oh. Because these people, they will meet them. Governors, they will have access to the government house in Kaduna, and they will eat and dine and be given money. Nah, don't worry. Our people, the selfishness in our people, they don't understand what it means to be in a community. And that thing is what our leader came to correct. That is why he formed IPOB is one family. Individually, we are nothing. And that is what the British, through the caliphate, is doing to us. Turn us into individualistic set of people. So that we can be easy prey. All these things, all these killings in our land, how do you think that the people there, the so-called Zendibo in Kaduna and the other places, they don't hear it? They know. But they are giving money to keep quiet. Now you see, when they are talking to our people, they will tell our people that, oh, you people are the problem. Even you talk too much, you do this thing too much. Just, I cannot understand. That is primitive character. And that thing is what we are trying to remove from this hallowed platform. I have a caller waiting on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
It's 2052.
Good evening, Mazi Jonathan.
There, well, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. My name is Chukwu Emmanuel. I'm speaking from my location. I greet you once again, Mazi Jonathan, for your topic this evening. I greet my leader, our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who set up this platform to expose all the evil things that is happening in the whole world. particularly in Nigeria. Honestly, each time when I think about what happened to Igbo race, I get worried. Because from the beginning of Nigeria, we feel that Nigeria, Igbo people are number one by going to school. But today, we can understand that for Igbo people, going to school is a waste of space. Those who said they represent Igbo people are not. Ohaneze ndị Igbo is just a plan to destroy Igbo race. The pandemic is just designed to destroy the Biafrans, everybody. When the Igbo, who's so-called Ohaneze ndị Igbo, also Igbo elders, who's supposed to reason for the past that is happening in Nigeria, right from Nnamdi Azikiwe. They don't reason, they don't understand, they don't take to understand that they're supposed to do everything humanly possible this time around to break this kind of sleep for the future generation. Every country of the whole world is always thinking about future generations. But an Igbo man and in Nigeria, they don't remember future. Then tell me how a place like that supposed to exist as a country. How can you bring all kinds of animals, you pack them together in a container and give some of them gun to kill others in the name of Nigeria? And people is there existing. Every 4 years, you talk about election, no development. And the people in Igbo land, in Biafra, in Oduduwas, are still waiting for Nigeria. Have you seen how stupid black people are? When I think about black people, I get shame of myself to be a black man. If you cannot reason, why are you a human being? Why are you a human being? The British, they developed their place. They put everything together. They put you in Nigeria to make sure you can never see development. And people over there are still waiting for Nigeria. Up till today, all the whole thing that is coming out from Radio Biafra to full speak all the evil that is going on in Nigeria. It seems that you are pouring water on the stone. People are still thinking of Nigeria. It is a pity. It is a pity. When I think about all these things, I feel very annoyed. Look at Obasanjo in the West. Obasanjo has understood what Nigeria needs. Instead of us, we use the little time he have on this earth to liberate their people from bondage. Obasanjo want to be a slave and to die as a slave. Look at Gowan, who fights to return Nigeria. Today, Fulani have taken all the whole middle belt, try to conquer everybody. Gowan are still praying, waiting for Nigeria. Have you seen how foolish black people are? Black people, we use the money they're supposed to take to develop their place. They steal the whole money to American banks, to European banks, billions of dollars and pounds. Why people over there are languishing in poverty? Have you seen what Nigeria means for those who say they are Nigeria? Day before yesterday, somebody called Radio Biafra and said that Igbos in America are contributing $1,000 to welcome P2B in America. Igbo people, Igbo people, Igbo people, Igbo Nigeria. You are contributing money to be a slave. After a few days, you die. Later, some of you will not reach even 70 years. Highest you reach 70 years. Or 8 as case may be. You die as a slave in the name of Nigeria. And you hand over unborn generation to become slave. How useless some people are. Which type of people are this type of people? Look at it, the whole West African countries are Igbos running away from Nigeria. Every country. The whole Europe, Igbos running away from Nigeria. America, Asia, everywhere. Some people from Igbo land, they are running away. And the same people who are running away are sabotaging themselves for a time like this. What makes you to be a human being is the way you reason. How many years you have to stay on earth and you go empty-handed? Look at, sometimes somebody talk about an ex-minister in China was convicted to hang by court, dead, for only bribe of $15 million or $16 million. The court in China called that man to hang dead. But in Nigeria, we stole billions of dollars and go and pack it to white people country. These white people will use it and develop their people. After a few days, the Egypt will die. And those money will disappear at the end. Have you seen why the black people are roaming over the whole world? Slave plus slave plus slave. If you Radio Biafra, if Nnamdi Kanu cannot change black people, forget about them. Let them go to hell. Let them remain slave in the whole world.
Please, round up.
Let the whole world use black people, mostly Nigeria, as a slave. That is what they are. Foolish and idiot group of people. Thank you very much. I greet Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This man has done so much. God bless this Nnamdi Kanu and his family. And all the whole people who understand the meaning of freedom. Thank you.
2103.
Yes, Professor Jonathan. I am Mazi Celestine. I am calling from the coastal region of Biafra. Mazi Jonathan, this your topic of submission touches every Biafrans at heart. Who is a core Biafran? It touches the heart of every Biafran. Mazi Jonathan, let me start by telling you that Dr. Nnamdi was trained by safe and the group. He has failed to understand that Nigeria is neither a nation state, nor a country, but a contraction. He has failed to understand that every state that emerged the way of Nigeria has completely disintegrated, giving way for a more prosperous nations because of commonality in value system. It is this value system that would have stopped the prices we pay being in Nigerians. So virtually every one of us are under subjugations by the Fulani hegemonies, and we shall continue to pay this price in Nigeria until we completely and totally redeem ourselves from this mess. Mazi Jonathan, can you imagine that the so-called founding fathers, only Zik was thinking national?
Of course.
Ahmadu Bello was thinking tribal, and one was thinking tribal too. So how come Zik was thinking national, not minding that Nigeria is not a nation? That's the question. So he brought us into this whole mess. And the Mazi Jonathan, one other thing I want to say is we can recall and refresh our mind to the activities of Okpabiaseka during the war. And when the war ended, Okpabiaseka comes back and there was no penalty. He was never sanctioned for his actions. Treachery must be sanctioned. Not until that is done, then our people will continue on the path of treachery. Because this Nigeria is designed in a way that even our people do not understand that, or maybe Master Jonathan, I don't know how to put it, but this Nigeria is a kind of place that we are subjugated in a way that average Biafran who is in the political corridor of Nigeria must have to march upon his fellows to grow. Do you understand? And this is not natural. The reason is not natural. The only reason why this abnormal is happening is because of Nigeria. Therefore, it is only when we do something to destroy this Nigeria before it destroys us, before this abnormality is stopped. That is the only thing. And therefore, that is why every right-thinking Biafran must have to join this movement to liberate ourselves and the people from this almighty mess. I feel and I am of the opinion that every traitor must be sanctioned. If Okpabiaseka was sanctioned, if he was not allowed to be rewarded by the same Funanis, then I think that some of our people who are trading on the path of treachery may have reflected on what happened to the traitors before now. So, Mazi Jonathan, I feel and I think that this program that you are doing is a very good one, and there's many that listen to you. It will also project us on the direction of light towards this liberation and towards these prices that we are unwanted prices that we are paying in damnable zoological. Mazi Jonathan, it is a very, very funny and a very sad situation that we all find ourselves. But we must continue to do what we are doing to liberate ourselves from this very damnation.
There will, of course.
Thank you, Mazi Jonathan.
There will.
Keep on keeping on, and wish every IPOB must have to continue to do the needful until we are completely redeemed. Thank you so much, and God bless you, Mazi.
And you too. There will. You know, we are winding down slowly towards the end of this program, and I think I have two people waiting, and they will be the last callers, please. When, like our brother talked about functioning somebody like Okpa Biasika, yes, but we should understand also that we are defeated in the war. So those that are against us, even our own people that we are fighting against us, became the kings. But the worst thing, I continue saying this. This is not the first time. The worst thing that happened to us is when 1970, no other movement continued clandestinely. No, everybody just automatically stopped. That is the worst thing that happened to us. I say, I never see this type of thing. I never hear or read or study about this type of thing in any part of the world. It's not done. Where there is fight like this, a brutal war like this, even if the people lost, they don't just become disbanded and join back. It's only in our own case that this thing has happened. If it happened another place, or if it has happened, let somebody call and speak, please. I never hear. I never read. That is the worst thing that happened to us. Though the British, they formed a very smart plan. By after the war, they carried out our Biafran military officials, many of them, and flew them, according to Letmo Obosi, and flew them some to Gabon, some to Tanzania, some to Cote d'Ivoire, telling them that we are going to, don't worry, we are training you to fight, to come back and start doing clandestine guerrilla warfare. And everybody believed. You know, the easiest people to deceive in this planet Earth is our people. When it comes to political, is our people. We can be easily deceived. From there, they did them training. Okay, do this for 1 day, 2 days, 1 week. After they started distributing them all over the world, they come and say, you go special training in Canada. And they send this one. They dispatch them all over the world. How can all the people be deceived at a time? That is one thing I cannot understand. Where are the radicals? You know, one thing I see with our people, once our people are talking or dealing with foreigners that are not Biafrans or Igbo people, they believe them into anything they okay. Yeah. Any person that wants to resist and put contrary view, others will chop him wrong. Now, Kanjo, happen there. We know what they are doing. Let us follow them. But where they become tigers is when it becomes one of us talking to each other to convince. Hey, onye obuna bubute, ihu anyo janyoshi. That is one thing I cannot understand, and I call it primitive character. One set of people, one platoon only, should have entered the bush without minding any other person, without minding anything, and continue causing wahala. Oh, but lo and behold, everyone went into complete sleeping. That, oh, it is over. We go back to Nigeria. Which means our people fought a war that, is just not, they were not even fighting it with their hearts. They were fighting half-hearted war. Now, let us quit so that we go back to Nigeria. It is very, very absurd. I never see any other people. That all these are the reason why we are suffering today immensely. You understand? Let me pick these callers and we conclude. Caller Mazi CJ. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. What is happening? Why is it? Is now I pick you that it's now that I want to bring you up. Mazi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, the whole world is hearing you. Please go on.
Good. Biafrans and lovers of freedom around the world, I want to greet you all, wherever you are. This evening, Mazi Jonathan, I tuned in, and lo and behold, I listened to your topic of submission this evening, and it provoked me to call. Well, when I listened to that, I remember the conversation I had with an IPOB officer today on the phone. We were just chatting, and the statement that Atiku made in Enugu about Biafrans, about Igbos, and the derogatory disposition of himself, the person of Atiku on the side of the Igbos and all that. And there was something he said. He said that no, I said to him that the war really did not end in 1970, and he then spoke about what I should know, that those people that are out there with Atiku are those that Fulani Lurimehe after the war. And if you look at that age group, that those are the ones that are singing their praises even at this point. And then he spoke about Omasanda. He said, look at Omasanda, that somebody like him, after the war, he massacred our people during the war, after bearing Omasanda, and then after the war, he changed his name to Ikewachuku, and then to the extent he had to be brought to Imo State. Now that brought us to Simon Bakwe, the former governor of Imo State, of blessed memory. Now, when he said that, it clicked in my head what I know or what I have come across that talks about PTSD, post-traumatic disorder. And as you know, Jonathan, in psychology, I'm not a psychologist, but the little I know, post-traumatic disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, is a very dangerous stuff that can kill somebody without you knowing it, except you deal with it. But there is more deadly one called relieved or re-experiencing of post-traumatic disorder. And this occurs when a situation, the recurrence of a situation or an agent of the trauma becomes present in your life again. Now, that my brother was saying that, well, Omasanda came and undid everything Simon Bakwe did in Imo State.
They brought him to destroy everything Simon Mbakwe did in Imo State. And that Simon Mbakwe watched his effort, and knowing that this was the man that fought against him and killed these people, and as you and I know, Simon Mbakwe was involved in Biafran war. He fought the Biafran war. If I don't know if I'm correct, isn't it, Mas Jonathan?
Yes.
Yep. So now Simon Mbakwe fought the Biafran war. The so-called Buhari at the time, shortly after the Biafran war, became a head of state and threw Simon Mbakwe in jail. Buhari at the time was one of the agents of that trauma that Simon Mbakwe was reliving. And then, as if that was not enough, Omasanda came in the name of Ike Wachuku, and this Simon Mbakwe came off the civil war, built back Imo State, not just Imo State, including Abia State, part of Ebonyi. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know which other parts that were Imo State at the time. So, this man, all of a sudden, that killed you during the war, came and destroyed everything you did. Believe you me. I don't know if Simon Mbakwe suffered any physical illness before he died, but I tell you, current research in mental health practice and research tells you that post-traumatic disorder and even relieved one can cause you physical illness to the extent you could die. And you must know, Thomas Jonathan, you see, this is why I tell people that I thank Mazi Nnamdi Kanu so much, that through him, God brought Radio Biafra to us, where we can talk, where we can empty. As it was bothering me tonight, I called you, Mazi Jonathan, to empty what's in my mind. Now, tonight, I am talking about I'm talking about Simon Mbakwe as part of this, the sacrifice of being one Nigeria, which is in tandem with your topic of submission tonight. Now, moving away from Simon Mbakwe, you also spoke about Azikiwe and Jonathan, but I'm going to focus on Jonathan. I want to tell you, please, Jonathan. I mean the Jonathan of a former president I'm talking about. Please, allow me to say what I want to say. I know what I want to say here may not be a popular view, but as Madam Hilda would say, that it's a wild thought process. But please allow me. This Jonathan, this is what is happening to Jonathan at the moment. Jonathan is seeing that he has lost out, that he missed and useless a very golden opportunity that God put him through. He was there for 6 years. Jonathan could not liberate his people. Now, Jonathan is talking. I don't know if you have seen one of his, even after that, the video, the one you played, he has again spoken again in Akwa Ibom when they were having their anniversary in Akwa Ibom. And Jonathan was struggling. You could see me, he was hesitating to call Akwa Ibom South South. He didn't even mention the word South South. He was struggling to call it, give it a name. He came up with all of us in Eastern region. I don't know if you have seen that video. All right? Jonathan could not spill South South from his mouth. He cannot call Akwa Ibom even. He put all of us, he said all of us in the Eastern region. Now, I have a piece of advice for Jonathan. Before I say that, I want to tell you, 2010, that was when Jonathan rose on the back of when Yaradua died. A lot of people were jubilating because Jonathan has gone in. I have a group of friends here. In 2010, I was still in college. I was doing a postgrad in college. And I told them, you guys should stop jubilating. Jonathan got there by God's grace. Only if he understands that there's a reason God put him there. And what I'm telling you today, if any of them is listening to me, is listening to Radio Biafra tonight, they will testify to that. They said, why am I so jittery? Why am I angry? I said, no, I'm not. Because I'm a student of political science, political and social science, and social policy. So I understand how these things operate and work. So I told them, Jonathan needs to go there and shake the foundations of Nigeria and put things right. If he doesn't do that, he will be disgraced if he would come out from their life. Lo and behold, I said, if I had my way, I was a friend with him on Facebook. I wrote him a private message. As a president, he doesn't manage his Facebook. But I wrote that in his private message to see if anyone can see it and advise him. And lo and behold, he didn't do that. 2011, he was elected. And by the time he woke up to that responsibility, it was already too late. That was in 2013 when he convoked late 2013, when he convoked the 2014, or what do you call it? Is it 2014 or 2013? National conference. Bang! The enemies of Nigeria, the enemies of the people, saw that this man has woken up. They removed him. And Jonathan timidly and cowardly left, thinking that he saved Nigeria. Jonathan, I want to tell you today, any day I meet that man, Jonathan, I will tell him he is the reason people have died for the last 8 years in Nigeria. He killed them. If Jonathan did not leave, if Jonathan has put up a fight, even Orubebe, minister put up a fight, Jonathan had so many opportunities to do what is right. His eyes was on UN honor, American honor, gallivanting around the world. I don't know why he has come out now to talk to salary satisfied. But time will tell whether he has been ignored and removed, and I don't know the word to use on that war stage. But in terms of Nigeria, Jonathan has lost out. And I don't know if it is where this negative emotion is coming out from. But the only message I have for him, if anybody that is hearing me, should go and tell Jonathan, for him to have peace, because he disappointed his Ijaw people, Igbo people, everybody in Nigeria. He was a good man. In terms of a person, he had a good heart. But Jonathan did not know he was dealing with Nigeria. There is so much stake in Nigeria. I don't want to go into too much details. But what I want to say, anyone that is hearing me that knows him should go and tell him. It's not about saying it in Imo State, about what he said there. It's not about saying it in Cross River. He has given one honor or the other in what stage, Amnesty, UN, blah, blah, blah. Wherever he finds himself in the world, now he's alive. He should tell them what he's telling us in Imo State and Cross River. That is when I will know that he actually knows what's going on. But maybe this whole promise they gave him, Obama gave him about coming on the world stage, becoming somebody in the world, Kofi Annan, like this and that. I think all of those things are shattered down. That's what I believe. So, Mazi, this is my submission tonight. Biafrans, the most important thing here is that we must go home. There is nowhere in the world that people suffer what Biafrans have suffered, the type of genocide Biafrans have suffered. I have never read it in any research. I've never come across it. Anyone I've lived outside for more than 20 years. I have come across a number of people from different backgrounds, different experiences. Nowhere people have suffered what Biafrans have suffered, and it's ignored. It must be discussed. It must be discussed. That thing Uchu Anya is saying, and every other person is saying, it must be discussed. Armenian genocide happened in the time of Ottoman Empire. And still, Armenia was recognized recently and then given their country as Armenia. Yesterday, they played the Republic of Ireland. They nearly won them in a match. Okay? So, Biafrans, the thing here is that our Onyendu have done the job. And we thank Chukwuka for him. He shall live to see Biafra. And everyone that is here keeping candlelight holding on to this, this Oyendu gave to us, like his wife said, nurturing it, keeping it. We must guard it with everything in us. Master Jonathan, are you hearing me? We are going to
the whole world is hearing you.
guard everything in us. They never started. We have not even started. But we thank God that we have a platform where we can talk. Because talking is what does the job. As you know, Onyendu says there's the only microphone he has. And you could see it's much more powerful than the barrel of a gun. And we must continue to talk, like Okafor said. Thank you, Master Jonathan. And may God bless you.
And you too.
Thank
you, Mazi. Caller on WhatsApp. Thank you for holding on. You'll be the last caller for 24 minutes, going to 25 minutes. Please go on. Caller on WhatsApp. Be as brief as you could, please. Go on, please.
Okay, Mazi Jonathan Kinedo.
Mazi Welito Luelu in a Yura. Hey, Welito Luelu, you are talking to the whole world. Go on. Why is your this thing doing like this? Your voice is going and coming. If you are using any gadgets, are you using any gadgets? Please remove it. Yeah, I think it's clear. Go on.
Are you hearing now?
It's better. Mazi, how many times will I tell people if you are calling, remove earpiece? You know, I cannot understand for goodness me. You know, it's go on, please. It's part of the thing. Only one I got try in case you know it doesn't concern me. Let me use earphone. My own is good. It's made in planet Earth. I mean in planet Mars. It will be good. Let's stop this, please. Go on, Mars, please. You're a constant caller.
Okay. No, I'm not a constant caller. Mazi Jonathan Kinedo. Very much for what you are saying. For your good work, for we Biafrans. You know, just as my brothers have said, I'm ashamed to be a black man.
Humanity. I don't know why.
Black people is a
disgrace to humanity. I don't know why
black people
we continue
to do the same mistake
and expecting different.
I don't know that. Doing the
same mistake and expecting different results. The mistake that people have been since 1960 up to this day. And the youth people are expecting different. I can't blame all these laws. They will come. Hello?
Go on, Mazi. I don't know what is happening to you. Go on.
The people I will blame wrong that continue to be every project claim them. Just as I let Muhammad in 2010 and promise give them fake hope, promise them fake hope. And they vote that bad man in. And they see the situation today. This is how now they are going to vote another into Sorok again forever. People it is disgrace. If Nnamdi Kanu cannot liberate black, if Ipob cannot liberate black people, nobody can liberate black people. And that is why our leaders say, if Biafra will not come, it's better that we all die. Let black people come take our home. Because black people don't have to be. And thank you very much.
There were Mazi. There were. Though your voice was sounding somehow today. I don't know why. I don't know why. It's not from here. It's from your phone. I don't know. This is where I'm going to stop picking calls. Please do not call again. I'm no more picking any call, please. Let me switch off the Wi-Fi, please. Today, even I don't know. No direct call. I didn't pick any call from direct line. And there we have direct callers. But we must continue. There is something I want people to understand. Like one of Mazi CJ, one of the callers, Mazi CJ, he said that Jonathan disappointed us. He had a golden opportunity. I laugh. I was laughing when he was saying it. I was laughing to myself. Let me tell us this. No Biafran, no person under the so-called electioneering setting, and let me not call it democratic setting, you enter into power as Rock through as Jonathan or through the vote, can do anything, say, let me liberate our people, Biafrans. Let me divide Nigeria. It is impossible. Let me reiterate. It is highly impossible. No person can do it. Our people, Biafrans. Let me divide Nigeria. It is impossible. Let me reiterate. It is highly impossible. No person can do it. Our people, Biafrans. Let me divide Nigeria. It is impossible. Let me reiterate. It is highly impossible. No person can do it. Our people, Biafrans. Let me divide Nigeria. It is impossible. Let me reiterate. It is highly impossible. No person can do it. Our people, Biafrans. Let me divide Nigeria. It is impossible. Let me reiterate. It is highly impossible. No person can do it. Okay. I think my system is back because I am on my closing remark. And what I want to say is very, very important to the audience. As I was saying, Jonathan, good luck, Jonathan. According to our brother, CJ, he was talking about that Jonathan missed an opportunity to liberate his people. I was laughing when I was laughing with myself when he was saying that. Let me tell us that no person, no Biafran, no Oduduwan, nobody can be able to go into Asorok and divide Nigeria. It is impossible. Under the normal so-called electioneering setting that he used to enter there, like good luck, Jonathan. No, it is impossible. Unless through the barrels of a gun, like Gideon Oka. Do you understand me? Have you people forgotten when a good luck Jonathan entered office? He immediately put his own person with his own choice. You know, as a newcomer, or what about the EJ Nigeria? They think that he will do something the way he wants it. He put one General Andrew Oweye Azazi. You understand? As a national security advisor. Do you understand me? He did it with the zeal that, yeah, you know, this Nigeria, at least I want to better Nigeria. I want to do it our own way so that Nigeria will move forward. He never knew that there are people that owns Nigeria because he was just a virgin. He was just a vice president. He didn't know nothing, no files. No, they never revealed themselves to him until he started engaging, saying he want to fight the Boko Haram. Owners of Nigeria come to him and say, look, are you joking? Do you think that this is your country you run anyhow? Do you think Nigeria is an ordinary country? Come on, shut up. They blocked Jonathan, good luck Jonathan, from purchasing arms to process the war against Boko Haram. They blocked him everywhere. You know, I used to say this, people don't understand. You know why I used to hammer it? So that people will think, how can a president of a country was blocked from purchasing arms? You know, buying arms, you have the right to transfer money from Nigeria account, any account you want, just transfer it, and a country we sell arms to him. But the caliphate blocked through the British. They blocked him. He said the electronic now. There is no way it's allowed. No country was allowed to sell arms to him to fight Boko Haram. And if care is not taken, they will come to Abuja and even take him. So he was asking what is happening. In that time, he started seeing the reality of Nigeria. Didn't he organize confab, national conference? But did he implement the result? The answer is no. No matter how imperfect, did he implement it? The answer is no. Why? Because he saw things that is inexplicable. You understand? He saw things inexplicable. It's not something he can be able to explain to people and people will understand. You know, you are seeing him as there as a figurehead, but he can't do nothing. That is how Nigeria is programmed. There are people that own Nigeria. Britain owns Nigeria through the caliphate. Until he went and bowed down to Babangida, who is a Mossad agent. Now, Babangida laughed and said, welcome my boy. Okoya Kanishi. So I thought you don't know. Now they show you, they made you understand who owns Nigeria. He said, before I even talk to you, go and make a Sambo Dasuki as the National Security Advisor, NSA. Do you know what it means? That takes care of insecurity. Do you know what it means? That your security is in the hands of your enemies. People you want to run away from. Do you know what it means? But you have to do it. Otherwise, they will allow Boko Haram to come and take him in Asorok. Have you forgotten when he smuggled, is it $7 or $9 million cash through the Nigerian Association of Kanu, Christian Association of Nigeria Chairman, private jet. They caught it in South Africa. Still, they caught it. A president of a country. That's why when I see people casually, Peter, we can't you do so. I laugh. I say, why are our people still perishing on ignorance? Nigeria is not a country that like other countries. It's not a normal country, for goodness sake. As one other said, Nigeria is just a name that has no foundation. It's just an illusion. But there are people that are the owners of Nigeria, the unseen hands that are controlling Nigeria. You understand? So when any Biafra, the man removed good luck Jonathan quickly removed and did as they do. Even Sambo Dasuki said, before even I can even become your chief national security advisor, you have to make call Lamido Sanusi Lamido and make him the chairman of Central Bank of Nigeria. Do you see how one thing brings to another? They put you in a situation you are no more in control of anything. So how can you do that? Money is in their hand. Your security is in their hand. Now what else? You are just there as a president. Come and thumbprint. Come and sign. Do you see it? Now, chief security advisor, he will tell him that, look, don't fight Boko Haram. Build schools for them. They will like you. He started building schools because he's his chief security advisor. Anyway, do this so that they will become, you appease them. They become appeased, and he will do. But you are seeing him as a president, which is under reality. He is not. He's just a figurehead. So every Biafran that is there is a figurehead to the caliphate. I'm telling you. Even Sultana. Tinubu, they are talking. What they want to do, Tinubu, just when he entered their happy way. That's why they put Shetima there waiting. 1 year, highest 2 years, Tinubu will die in office and Shetima will come. They will not allow him to breathe the last oxygen before announcing that he's dead. Oh yeah, he's dead. May his soul rest in peace. That is what they are doing. That is what they are putting in place. So if you expect any P2B or any Sultana to enter there and change things, you are a dreamer. I don't know. Charlie Boy say, our mumu know they do. Our mumu. Abi, you know they do. Every time, the same thing. Man, we become disappointed and start again. The same thing. Chineke Kwenayojo, no. It is very sad, honestly. Our mentality, we are just looking for solace where there is none. That is why we feel nothing they happen. We are okay in Lagos. You praise, politicians in Lagos. You praise this one in Kanu. In order to have that solace you want, lying to yourself that all is well. Whereas inside you know that all is not well. All is not well. When you look at your building in Kanu, you say, hey, go to Mgeshi no. Hey, happen no no lawa. Hey, the thing you are lying to yourself because of you are biased in judgment. Because of what you have, what you think you can lose, or that is why you continue lying to yourself. So now can I manage way here? Anything, no problem. You continue lying to yourself. That is the worst sin you can commit against yourself. That is the way. Many of what I'm telling you, it is unadulterated truth. Many of them because they have gone in at the early time they didn't know, and then come and build ala de kwa cheap here and then make makina and develop. After a time you become this year Mazi what you are going to do. And liberation. You start lying to yourself. Why? Because you are biased in judgment. You don't want to believe that anything can happen. Because you have you have inserted your taproot where you are. Thinking that you are in the same country with your hosts. But from time to time they remind you. From time to time your friends and family members they kidnap and kill. They got missing in Kano, in Kaduna. All those things will remind you that now things are bad, or in your subconscious, but you continue lying to yourself as an Igbo man. You will look to your situation today and say, how can I, wow. I continue. One day you will die. Do you understand? You will die prematurely, avoidable death, because of your stupidity. This is the time for you to make a change. Tell yourself the truth. That is the thing. But look, Jonathan sacked his own man. The man, he said, oh boy, you have to pack. Otherwise, what I'm here, me, I'm not even safe. I thought that it is like that. So he sacked him and put Sambo Datsuki. Before Sambo Datsuki recommended somebody to be the governor of Central Bank. Strategic places. They have access to fund. The same thing now. Now it is a worst. So how do you think Peter Obi will enter office and sack everybody? You are joking? Different ministries they put in place without even Nigerian morons, dead bodies knowing about. There is one that come out say whether Ministry of Islamic Education that is gulping billions and billions of dollars every year. Which no other person know, only them. They are sponsoring themselves agriculturally without account from Nigeria government coffers money. Nobody knows, it's them. They bring up money, they don't account for it for anybody. They give to their people. That is a country you are in. We need to we need to go with the rest of because honestly, every day aziki we bono ka ya lowa ka o woro ko chicha so that apigbuo ya loko wa woro mosquito so that I bukwe ya na ho or he can, because that man he did a bad thing to us, to future generations of Biafrans, of Igbo. When I say Igbo, Biafrans, because of his greed. And that greed is still, I call it primitivity. Our people, we are just like in the equatorial forest all of a sudden. Frederick Lugard. You don't know that the people he is dealing with, the caliphate, they have been seeing different people, Arabs, every type of people in the deserts. And so he belittled them, and that is to our own detriment today. But here we are trying to restore the remnants of ourselves. I say the remnants of ourselves because we have suffered. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening to this gospel. Biafra is our religion. Biafra is where we worship. We have no other identity other than Biafra. That is why we want to restore it, because it is our identity. Do you understand? Biafra is our identity, is who we are. We are deprived of it. Out of also our own gullibility and naivety. But today, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, through this hallowed platform, has done really great in order to open our eyes, and the starting of the African awakening is here through Biafra restoration. Therefore, we must continue what we are doing. Everybody must continue doing what you have to do. Joining hands together in order to restore our lost nation. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here, it is simply good evening.
Onye kara aka na onye kpọrọ akpọchi ike ye ọchịwa na London wee